Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is a 20-part video series showing you how to create BKKB. Let's get started. So to start, let's open a new architecture template. So click on New, go to drop down, select Architecture Template, and then press OK. So once it's ready, it will start at level 1, and what we need to do is to type in UN to see what's our length or our units. So we're gonna use millimeters, and then press close, and before we start, let's click on save. So here, this is where I want to save the file, so I'm just gonna put house right here and click on option. If you're a beginner, around 10 to 20 backups is good enough. If you're intermediate, you can put 5, or if you're an expert, you can just put 1. So for me, I'm just going to put 5 so that I could have backups of what I'm doing right now. So 5, and then press OK and click on save. So now that is ready, what we need to do is we could go right here under level 1, which is what we are at now, and we could go to architecture and then select grid. So you can also type in GR, and then you'll be able to add grid lines. I'm gonna start at below going above, or down going up, and I want to center it around the elevation tags right here. So I'm going to click on below going up, and it will start at number 1 grid line. So press escape and then escape again, and what I'm gonna do now is select that grid line and then type in CO, or under modify you can also select this one. So CO is copy, so CO, and then select that, basically grabbing it and putting it on the right side. And then before you click on anything, you can click on multiple so that we could add in multiple lines without selecting the grid line again. So here I'm going to put it on the right side, and Revit will basically understand that I want it to go from the left to the right. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna type in 1878, enter, and then after that 4157, enter, 1833, enter, and then one more is 1967, enter. Then press escape and then escape again. What we can do is we can grab all of this and just move this onto the right side so that everything is still centered around all of our grid, or all of our elevation tags. After that, I'm gonna type in GR again, that's grid line, and I'm going to select from right to left. So I'm gonna click right here, going to the left side, and then press escape and then escape again. Now Revit, notice that from 5 to 6, but I want to change this to a letter because this is our horizontal grid line. So I'm gonna select the grid bubble and then type in capital A and then select on the space. After that, you can type in CEO, and as you notice, multiple is already ticked, so we don't need to select that again or click that again. So now I want it to go from above and going down. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to move it all the way to the bottom and make sure that 90 degrees is showing, and then we're going to add in 8,000, and then after that 1405, and then 2850, after that 1737, and then 1325, 1180, and then here the next is 2705, 1180 again, and then 675, and then lastly 3810. So those are our grid lines, and what we can do is to add dimensions on that. So you could click on here or type in DI, and what we're going to do is select each and every grid line, and as you can see, you can follow along and then add an overall after that. Let's do it on our horizontal as well. And then create an overall. That's why I gave it a lot of room right here so that we could follow along right there. And we can add dimensions as well. And what I want to do now is, so I'm going to fix it a little bit. So as you can see, when we grab it, it's showing this dash line. Those are just temporarily dash line, indicating that once you select one, it will move as well on the others. So everything is connected properly, and we could just move this out inwards like that. And also on this side, we can move this one just enough so that everything is properly tacked in. Also, I want to add those grid bubbles on this side as well. So what we need to do is click on those grid lines individually and click on show bubble. And as you can see, you'll be able to add all those bubbles like that. And unfortunately, it's one at a time. It's not something that you could do all at once. So now what we're trying to do is just adding all those grid bubbles to the other side. And if you notice, we have some bubbles that are overlapping. So what we could do is we could add in an elbow. So to add an elbow, you just need to select the grid line, and then you will see this zigzag right there. That's stating that you can add an elbow, and you could just move this so that everything is being shown properly and it's not overlapping. So here I'm going to move this again. Usually I like it to be the same one, so it will create that dash line again, indicating where is it on the other side. So that's very neat. So here I'm going to put it on this side. I'm going to give it some room because I need to add an elbow on the I grid line. So here I'm gonna click that and then fix it. So it's snapped in place if ever it's noticed that you want it to be on that same line or align it. So there we go. So now we have all of those grid bubbles and grids. We also added the dimension. And now what we could do is we could add in our levels. So what I usually do is I go to my south elevation, and just notice that everything, all of my elevation tags are within the vicinity of the grid lines. So now let's go to south elevation, and as you can see, we have level 1, level 2, and this grid lines right here that are vertical grid lines. So now you want to make sure when you have a level that all of these grid bubbles are showing that is overlapping this level, or else if I show you level 2, everything looks normal, everything is showing. But if, for example, we put it right there, you can see that the vertical elevation is missing. So the only thing that it will show if it's overlapping on those sides. So now what we could do is we could add in another level. So we could go to architecture and click level. So there's multiple ways to add this. I usually add or click the level if I'm just adding 1 or 2 levels. But if you're adding multiples, so for example, the difference I'm going to show you is, for example, if you're going to add multiple levels, select level 2, CO, and then you could just push it right there on the top. For example, 3000. So it will create level 3. But if you notice on the floor plan, there's no level 3. That's because you will need to go to view, click on plan view, and click on floor plan, and then as you can see, you will need to select that level and then press OK. Now it will create that level right there. I'm going to undo this because I want to show you the difference. So here, before we do that, I want to put my level 1 at around 400, and then my level 2 to be 3400 because I want it to just be 3000. And then now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to architecture and then click this button, or you can type in LL. Here the difference is that if I create this, it will automatically add my floor plan onto my project browser. As you can see, it added level 3, and then also it will add level 3 right here. So that's the difference between adding the levels right here or adding it on the copy command. Here I'm going to add another level. This will be 400 from below, and this will be called ground. So here it's overlapping, so you could add in another elbow. You just need to find it. It's going to be very small. Select that, and then here you could change the name. I'm going to put it ground floor. Press yes, and then it will create that ground floor right there. We will just need to move this around so that everything is showing properly. Nothing is overlapping, and we have the level 1, level 2, and level 3. And then this is all going or intersecting the level 3. We just need to double check all of our elevation. So here it's not showing right here. So what we need to do is move it up like that. And then we can give it some space right here so that everything is not overlapping here. And we could add in an elbow for this elevation. This will also help us because even though if we're doing right now, once we're doing the sheet, it will be faster for us because we already set up everything nicely. And then here as well, we just need to add in all of this information and showing off. We have the south elevation done already, and then here we just need to clean up all of this. Grab it and then you can push it down, and it's up to you if you want to create an elbow right here. You can do so, but I'm not gonna do that anymore. That's too much. Plus I already explained that it's much better if you do it now. I'm just going to do it later on once we have time. So now let's go back to level 1, and then here we could all start adding all the components that we want to. So we could start off by adding our walls. So now that we have so many of elevation that are open that we don't need yet, you can clean it up by clicking close inactive view, and you want to make sure that you're saving it all the time. So now I'm gonna save it later on once we finish this, but here what I want to show you is we need to create our exterior wall first. So the way we're gonna do it is we're gonna click on wall first, and once we click on wall, it will start on basic wall generic 200 millimeters, but that's fine. But in newer Revit, what I notice is that we don't have the basic wall generic anymore. This is basically a cleanup version. Here we have different samples: bricks on CMU, bricks on block on metal stud. So we have different variation. You can choose one of this, for example, and then we're going to clean it up, see, similar to the basic wall or the generic wall. So once you select one of them, you can click on edit type, and then you want to make sure you want it to be duplicated. And then I'm going to put all capital exterior wall number 1, and then press OK. And you need to go right here under edit. We have our exterior side, which is all the way right here up to the core boundary, and we also have our interior side, which is up to this core boundary on this side. We're going to delete this side, the exterior, and then the interior side. The only thing that we cannot delete is the core boundary, structure, and core boundaries. Those are the default ones that we cannot delete. So here, what we can do is click on delete, and then here, once we're here, actually you can see that it won't be deleted because it will grayed out itself. And then here, delete that. What we can do here is we can choose one of our white, so maybe a gypsum wallboard. So I'm going to use that, and then press OK, and we're going to set our thickness to 200 millimeters. Press OK, and then press OK. Now, before we add the wall, what we need to do is we need to make it connected. So of course we're going to put it from level 1 to level 2, but as you can see, the top constraint is unconnected. So here I'm gonna change this to level 2, and you can also change it right here. So either way, if you change it right here or right here, it will be synced with each other, and it recognizes that the height of that wall from level 1 to level 2 is 3000 millimeters or 3 meters. Wall center line, I'm gonna use wall center line, and then I'm going to use chain. So it's already checked. So what we need to do is we just need to add. So I'm gonna start off at, so let's select, we're going to select at 5C, going down up to 5J, going across up to 3J, going up until H5 or H3, and then here we're going to go up to H1, going up to C1, but going over around 525. So we're going to go over 525, so there's going to be indented there. And here we're going to put around 3000 millimeters, going down again, and then closing it off at C5 again. So that's our layout. And then we're going to add this small area right here. It will be going E1 up to E2, going down up to G2, and then G1. So that's going to be a small area for that. I'm planning to just add in a small, or like some trees right here that will be all see-through around this area so that it looks nice. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 2 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to set up the project. We added the grid line levels, we even added the dimensions, and we start with exterior wall. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is add the interior wall. So what I'm gonna do is click on the wall and then edit type, duplicate, and I'm going to put interior wall number 1 and then press OK. In terms of edit, we're going to maintain the 200 thickness, and we could just use gypsum wallboard. Press OK and then OK again. So now we're going to zoom in here. So what I want to add first is a wall between E5 going to E3. So I'm gonna add a wall right here. Basically, this wall will be a separation for the living room or living area, and then we also will have basically a family room would be right here. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add a wall closing this off, because I'm going to add in our laundry area right here, and then here I'm going to extend this wall. So I'm going to add an F3 going up to H3 wall right here. So basically extending this one, and we will have our stairs going right here up to the second floor. And then here we're going to close this off for our powder room. So we're going to have it from H3 going to H4 and going down to J4. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm probably going to add all the furniture, but before that let's add the floor. So I'm gonna click on floor and then edit type, duplicate, and then this will be floor number 1. Press OK, edit, and the thickness, let's maintain the 200 thickness for as well. And here I'm going to use a stone material. So here, and then I'm gonna use polished granite. Click apply and then OK, and then OK again. And then here what we're gonna use is pick line, and then here we're going to go around the interior of this wall. I'm going to go around here because this will be an open area, and let's go from here as well and going around right here. And then of course we're gonna trim this out, TR, trim and extend right here, unjoin that, and then we're going to pick this again, TR, going around here, so basically something like that looks like this. Click on finish, and that's where we're going, and then make sure this one is hitting or it's connected up to this wall. I'm going to add probably the door right here, and then we will have an like the entertainment system right here, or we're going to put it on this side as well. So it's up to us to decide. So now let's go to insert, load family, and what we need to do first is to add furniture, and let's go to seating first, and let's click on the M sofa Corbo, click on open, CM, type in CM, and we'll be able to add our furniture right about here. So I'm gonna add furniture right here, and as you can see we could align it much better from this wall. So what we could do is move it right here, AL, and align it from this wall. Something right like that. That's good enough. And as you can see, we have enough space on this side. So what we could do is we could edit this sofa. So to be able to do a proper edit on the family, we will need to edit type and duplicate this because we don't want to ruin the original. So here I'm just gonna call it sofa number 2, and after that we'll be able to change the width to whatever width that we want to. So for example here I'm gonna make it around 2500 or maybe 2000, and then here I want it to be around 650 only for the depth. Press OK, and as you can see it changes a bit, and this is good enough for the size because I want to add something right here on this side and then maybe on the other side as well. So I want to add a different sofa on this side. So load family, and we have other sofa right here as well. So let's look for other sofa that looks similar or much better. So here let's try this one, CM. So usually when I load a family, I immediately add it. So I press CM so that I don't need to keep on looking for those. So because if you keep on loading and then now you're ready to add all those things that you loaded, you will need to go to architecture and then click component, and then here after that you will need to look for those. And if you load a lot of stuff, that will take time to load, so might as well load one at a time, and then once you load one at a time, you'll be able to just add them instantly and you don't need to do anything else. So here I'm going to add 2 sofas similar to that, and then what I want to do is probably let's create a fireplace right here as well. So we have like an entertainment system here, and then we have a fireplace right here, so that this is for formal get-together area, and then this will be for kids that they want to watch TV and do some entertainment right here. After this, let's load in like for example a table, like a coffee table. Click open, CM on this once you load it, and as you can see we have different kinds. Let's see which one will be a better fit. So this one I think is a better fit for this part, and then this one is also good enough for this area. So I'm happy with the sizing right here. And then let's load more. I'm thinking the dining table. So let's go to tables, and then we have different kinds right here. I'm gonna use this one for the dining, and then CM, and we have different kinds as well right here, or we could also create our own size. So it's up to you if you want to do that. I think that's good enough. And then let's go to seating so that we could add this chair, chair brower, CM, and then add those seats right here. Usually I put it in one area first, or in one side, and then after that I use mirror, and then mirror on this side. So hold on control and then select this one as well, and then you could use this as well because there's a midpoint showing up there, so you don't need to do the draw axis. So if you know that there's a pick axis, you'll be able to select that as well. So that one is good as well. What we can do here is we could add in like a credenza. So let's go and insert, load family, and go back here. We have storage, and we have credenza right here. Click on open, CM, and we'll be able to add the credenza on this, but I don't want the depth, it's too much, so I'm gonna edit this. So duplicate it first, you can put credenza, click OK, and then you can change the depth to around 500 only. So I think that's good enough for this size right here. And then that's good. And then what I want to do here is to add the door as well. So the kitchen will create, we'll do it in one of the videos because that will take time. So what we could do is we could add in the doors. So here we could load a family, um, doors and walls, windows. Those are system families. So we could load them. So insert, load family, and go to doors. We could add in a better door than what we have right here. So I would like to use this panel, wood door, press open, and then I'm going to select all of them. So I'm gonna select at the top, scroll down, hold on shift, and select the bottom, and then press OK. It will just say that you're loading too much, or there's a lot. So I'm just gonna click on yes, and then this is a door family versus system family. So it's not that you cannot click on CM anymore. You will need to click on DR. So that's door. And then what we could do is we're going to maintain the 2000 height, so 2000 millimeter height, but we're going to change it with different size. So the first size is the width, and then this is the height. So around 700 by 2000. That's what we're going to use for the pantry, or sorry, for the powder room. And then here what we could use is around 600 going to the laundry room. And then for the main entrance, I want to load a different door. So I'm gonna use this door, the double glass. Click on open, and I'm going to choose the 1500 by 2000 DR to add, and we could add it basically here in the entrance. So I'm happy with this and happy with this. So next thing we're gonna do is we're going to add in our toilet and our sinks right here, or our vanity. So click on load, go back to the main, and look for plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then here we could have our water closet, and we could use the 2D only if you want to, or you could use whatever you want, but I'm just gonna use the 2D. Click on open, CM, and then let's add it right about here. Click on load family, go back right here, and we have our sink. Click on one of the sink. I'm gonna use probably a square vanity, and click on open. CM, spacebar multiple times, and we could just add it right here in the middle. And let's just add a detailed line in order for us to showcase that there is a top from there. So I'm happy with that. And let's add in another sink for this one, this area. So I'm gonna click on, go back right here, insert, load family, and we could have a double sink, maybe for, let's use this one, double, open, CM, and then let's add it for this part. And what we could do is we could load in those combo washer and dryer. So go back to the main, go to specialty, domestic, mid-range, and we have this dryer combo. Click on open, CM, and then we could just add it into this wall. let's remove the label. So let's go click edit type and uncheck the show label, apply OK, and we have our washer dryer combo right here. And the last thing that we need to do is we could use the line again, select that CS, that's create similar, and that's a faster way of adding stuff, things that you already added before. So for example, this one. So for example, if you want to add another washer and dryer, CS on that, and as you can see, you can add it instantly. It could go to walls as well. So interior wall, CS on that. You can add interior wall right here, and even furniture. For example, here, select that CS. So create similar, CS is a fast way of adding stuff that you already added. So you want to make sure that you utilize that, and you'll be able to add components instantly. Here now, let's go to load family, and I want to add some lights. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to lighting, architecture, and we could do interior or internal. We could have this arm extension, but I want it to be floor lamp. So CM, add it. I want it to be on a different orientation, so a 45 degrees. And then after this, so I think the base is the bigger one. So here we have our floor lamp, and then I'm going to insert a table, a side table. So go to furniture, tables, and then we have this nightstand. Click on open, CM on that, and we could add in a side table on this. We could basically just give it some space at the back so that it looks good, and we could basically have this all, and I'm planning to give some space right here in order to showcase the area on this. So I want it to be glass, and maybe I will have the entertainment system on this side. In terms of this, maybe I might move this one on this side so that we could maximize the space right here for our entertainment system. So I'm still thinking of that there. So we'll be able to decide later on if we want, but I want all of this to be glassed so that we have a view here of, like, for example, a grass part with a tree. We could put in maybe a small fountain. So a fountain area here will be very nice. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 3 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add all the furniture. We even added the doors. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is to create the entertainment right here. and also add like the curtain wall windows right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on the wall and then go to drop down curtain wall, and then here we're going to add going inside, and then this one also I'm going to put it right about here, and then after that click on modify and then click on cut geometry. You select the wall first and then the curtain wall. So once it's added and then cut, we're going to just push it a little bit so that we still have support there, and we're going to make this one floor to ceiling. And of course I want to give some space right here so that we could add in our entertainment system. So I'm going to push it a little bit more so that we have this space right here. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this interior, or so this door will be going from the outside so that we have enough space. So what you do in order to relocate this is to pick new host and then here spacebar to change orientation, and then just select this area now. So that's how easy it is to add the location of the, or relocate the location of the door. So here instead of 600, I'm gonna go to drop down and make it 700 as well, similar to this, because we have enough space now in order to access this. Now what I want to do is to add the entertainment system all the way right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add a section, and I'm gonna go right here, going down up to up, so that we're seeing all of this. We can even push this one out only up to here. This is the view range of our section. And then after that, press escape multiple times and double click, and as you can see, we could see all our section right here. We have the glass and then we have the walls right here. And because we're going to add a floor as well right here, we're gonna maximize the height to 2800. So from floor to above, this will be 2800, because we're gonna minus the floor that we're gonna add onto our second floor on our level 2. So here we need to drop this down. So here we can select this and negative 200. So that's the floor to ceiling for that part right there. And then here we can actually add our model in place. So go to architecture, click on component, model in place, and then we could add in our generic model and then press OK. Click OK again, and we could select extrusion, pick a plane, and we're gonna select this plane. And then here we could create a rectangle. I want it to be floor to ceiling, similar to this, but I'm just gonna give it some space so that it's not too much right there. But this is 2800. So we're going to align it from the floor, and then if you check, this is exactly 2800, and we created some gap here so that we could add the flooring later on, similar to the ground floor that we have right here. It usually goes down for the floor. So now here the extrusion is around 10 only, and we need to set the material. I'm gonna set this material to probably laminate, ivory, press OK, and then OK again. If we check, it's just a small one, that's just the backing of our model. And then after that, then we're going to add something right here. uh, I'm going to create probably so now we're going to create another big plane. I'm gonna select this plane now, and here we're going to select this. We're going to create some space here for some shelvings, and then here we're going to add where we're going to put the TV. So around 800, and the width is around 1600. I think that's more than enough for the TV. And then click finish. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move this one a little bit because I want it to be in a different situation. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create some void extrusion, and then select this, and then here we're going to just create some separation right here. And give it some of that. I want to see it in 3D and how it looks. I'm going to make this around 50 for the depth, and this is just perfect enough. In terms of material, I'm going to duplicate this so that they have different materials that I can set up later on. And then let's go back here, select this one again, pick a plane, and we're going to just maximize this. Will be another 50. Great, finish. This is a wood material, select that and use one of this, click apply, OK, and I want to have the same void extrusion. This will be 10 only. Copy, and then click finish. That's good enough. And then now what we can do is we can go back to section. I want to add the same material, extrusion, pick a plane, select this one, and we have the casing here that we're going to do. Offset this to around 15. Going inside, this will be 50 as well. and then this material is the same one that we use on this side. Now this will be going all the way right here. I'll align it then we could just trim and extend right here so that we have this long and nice design right here that we're going to offset around 25 going inside and going inside right here, and then align it like that. Click finish. I want to see it in 3D and I want to see it with color. Of course we need to extend it a little bit. I'm going to make this around 100 and then this one as well to 100 so that we have enough right there. This one 100 as well. So now we have some backings there. Go back right here and we want to have some dark backs right here. So what we're gonna do is we're going to create extrusion. We can also add the same materials right here so that it looks much better. Extrusion, pick a plane, select this plane and this one as well, 10. I'm gonna add it right here and then add it on this side. Click finish and then another one, pick a plane. This I want to be dark, so I want a gray paint. I'm going to use this, the duplicate one, and I'm going to select this one right here. If we see it, it will look like that. We're gonna add the TV in the middle and we're gonna cover some of this so that we have something to look at. So for example, I'm going to edit so that we could add in some shelvings right here, 25 to be consistent. And then we will add the one at the top as well. Something right here in the middle. I want to make sure to have a 25 because that's 1 inch and that looks good. What I'm gonna do is SL, split element on those. Actually this one we need to delete and then SL on this. Now we need to trim and extend. Copy this to this side and then trim it again. SL on this, but I think we have that one there. SL to trim and extend. And then on this side as well, SL, trim and extend. Now we just need to keep on adding this. And then here we just need to again do this. So might as well just do it, just slice it in the middle right there. And then now you just need to trim and extend on the top part. So just a little bit of work, but the result will be really good. And then I'm gonna leave this one a little bit bigger. And for this side, yes, I'm going to add some as well. Maintain that 25 so that everything is consistent. SL, and then trim and extend. And then delete this so that we have some of that. Copy multiple times in different areas. And then SL on one side. And then trim and extend. And then click on finish. Look at it at 3D to appreciate it. And then we're just gonna create a cover on some of them. Same thing, so extrusion, pick a plane. I'm gonna select this face here, the face that we have on this one, and then we don't need to do anything else, as we just need to put Gulam and then 10. We just need to cover this. Give it some space so that they know that. And then copy. Something like that. And I'm going to add something on this side as well. Click on finish, and if we check it in 3D, it will look something like this, and it looks really good. Next thing we're gonna do is we're just going to add a TV so that it looks much better. So go to insert, load family, go back, we have flat screen right here, click open, CM, add it right here. I'm going to push it somewhere here. Go to section, move it in place, uncheck the stand, and then here what we could do is check the dimension. I want it to really be fit. BT 1585. So we just need to edit this and then copy. And then here diagonal. So the diagonal is basically this one, from this corner to this corner. So to do that, I'm going to try the angle. No, not the angle. 1341.42. $17.48. So around 1300. I'm going to leave it like this. I think that's good enough. And then delete, and then delete. Of course, if I'm being too much, I could basically move all of this to here. In order for me to justify what we did. So it looks fit. So now it looks like that. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 4 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the entertainment system here. Now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna add something right here as well, so that we have this living area completed. So I'm just gonna move the furniture on the left side, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drag this section, and then we're going to flip it. So that we don't need to keep on adding sections anymore, and we could just start from here as well. So I'm gonna double click here, and as you can see, we just need to move this so that we have enough space for us to see everything right here. And also what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to level 1, and I'm gonna push this so that we don't see anything from this side. So as you can see, everything is good. I'm not seeing all the the cut version of the sofa and then the coffee table so that we could see everything nicely. So I'm gonna start off by going to architecture, click on component, model in place, and then of course generic model. Click OK, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create an extrusion. I'm gonna choose this wall and I'm gonna put it at 10, and let's change this material because we already used this materials from the last video. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use something wood. So here I'm gonna just pull it up and then apply OK, and we're going to create a rectangle from below going to above. And similar to what we did on the last video, we want to make sure that we just put 2800 because the 200 it will be for the floor. So we want it to be floor to ceiling, not floor to floor. So at least this one, we know the limit that we're going to put, and we know the thickness of the floor that we're going to add later on. So here I'm just gonna press finish. So my idea, what I'm gonna add here is basically we will have a fireplace around here and also some shelvings on left and right side. So now we're going to create another extrusion, pick a plane, and we're gonna select this extruded wall that we just created, and then here we're going to change the material to another wood material so that we could differentiate it later on. Apply OK, and then here we're going to add, so for the extrusion maybe around 450. We can change that later on, but right now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add like this one right here, and then I wanted so instead I'm going to create an extrusion here. So don't worry, I'm gonna mirror this later on, and around maybe 600 in space. And then here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do an offset of 25 going inside, so space bar going inside, and we're going to give some space at the bottom, 25 as well. So I'm going to move this something like that, and then we're going to add some shelvings right here. So copy this CO and then put 25 on that. After that, we're gonna maintain the spacing, copy it again, make sure multiple is checked, and grab it from there. And then we're going to leave it like that. SL to split on both sides. I'm splitting it on one side of this one so that I don't need to trim and extend both sides. So it will make my life easy. So I'm gonna show you what I mean. So now if I'm gonna trim it, I just need to trim it at the top. So another way of making your life easy, you don't need to do a lot of trimming. So once we're done, click on finish. I want to see it. So I think 450 is good enough. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back here. I'm going to create another backing for this. Extrusion, pick a plane and this wall. And we just want to maintain the same backing, and then here make it 10. Click finish, and then as you can see we have the backing for this one as well. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna extrude another part on this side. I'm gonna select this, and then we're going to move it all the way to the left and right. And then here I want this one to be 450 as well, but on a different material. Another different material, another wood would be good. And then with this one, let's move it to 450 and then click apply and then click like that. And then we're going to make some extruded part right here with the same material, so that I'm going to show you what it looks like later on, so that we have some spacing right here. And then here we could put 10, and then we could just mirror this or use this instead. We need to look for, so this one is the one that is overlapping, so we can move that one there. We want to see where the midpoint is. There's the midpoint, and we just need to make some room, maybe 5 only, and then put this one to 10, so that's good enough. So we mirror that one right there. If we see it in 3D, it will look like that. So that looks nice. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna mirror this one, but we need to finish this first. And what I'm planning to do here is, let's go back to section, actually on level 1, and we need to create the same extrusion. So I'm gonna create the same material, and then here actually I'm gonna do this first. Extrude, pick a plane, this one, and then instead of 450 we're going to put 400, and then here the same material as what we have here. Click finish. It will look like this, but we're going to create something here on level 1, because we're going to extrude it from here. And then we're going to create some notches there. Okay, so once we're done, we can just delete the small ones that we create, and then SL, and then similar to what we did on the shelves, we're just going to click on one of the part just to save us some time, and then trim and extend. And then click on finish, and then here we're just seeing some intersection that we missed, and then go back to section. You want to extrude it so that you can see a lot better, and put it like that. So in 3D everything looks much better. And then what we need to do is we could just go to section, and then here we could just mirror this. There we go. So that is looking good. And then after that, go back to section, and what we could do is we could create the placement right here. So another extrusion, pick a plane, and then here we want it to be like that. AL, align it right here so that everything looks nice. And then we're going to add something right here, like a box as well, with the glass, so that we could add in our fireplace. After this, what we could do is we could do 425, and then after this another extrusion, but pick this plate, and then here we need to move this. There we go. And now we could just do it like this. We could just grab this one and then put 10, or we could do 5 if we want to, so that there we go. And then SL on that side, this side, and then now trim and extend. Click finish, and if we want to see it, it will look like that. This one should be 10, 25 only. There we go. And then go back to section. Here we could just create, pick a plane, select the wall at the back, and we're gonna extrude it but using a different material. I'm just gonna use a different wood material. Let's put it at 450. And then here, an offset of 50 going inside. And you know what? I'm going to make it maybe 500 so that it's protruding a little bit and it looks nicer. And then we're going to put the same materials at the back. Pick a plane. This one should be 10. Same material as the case. And then we're going to put a glass. So in order to put a glass, I want to add it from this side. So now another extrusion. This one, I want glass, so type in glass. This one, let's use this. And I'm going to put it right here. In terms of this one, let's put 900 so that we could see it a lot better. There we go. And we could just adjust this to the size. Now we could just click finish. Now we have something that looks like this. And if we want to see it much better, we could use realistic. And as you can see, once we have something right here, it will look really nice. So if we have a flame, we're going to add it there. And as you can see, this one is going to look really good once there. We can also put TV right here. So there's a lot of ideas that we could do in order to make this one really nice. So maybe another thing that we could add is like a stone like floor here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to level 1 again, and here I'm going to select, or I'm just gonna select this one, edit in place, because I'm already using everything like this. So I'm going to add the flooring right here, and then here we just need to change it. So change it to another stone. Maybe we could use rubble, so just to represent those stone, and click finish section. So we have all of this right here, and we're going to just I think that's good enough. If we see, we have the stone finish right there. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull this one up. So let's go back to section. I'm just clicking in my tab so that I want to grab that again. There we go. But I'm just going to make it very thin so that it's not visible too much on here. So click on finish once you're done, and I believe this is very good. We could also add TV there, but I'm not gonna add it. It's something that we could add some designs too later on. But right now, we finished the video. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 5 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish up by creating this one for our living area. And we also finished from the previous video as well our family room or entertainment room. Now we're going to continue working on this. So what I want to do next is to add the backyard. So let's go to ground, and then one of this, so the exterior wall, you select that and then click on, or we could just create a new wall. So click on wall, go back here, let's look for exterior wall, edit, duplicate, make it exterior wall number 2, and then click on edit, maintain the 200 thickness, and for the material, let's change this up. I want to choose one of the stone materials right here, or even let's change it up like one of the concrete here. Apply, OK, and then OK. And we're going to connect it from this wall right here, and then all the way to E1, and then going across to 5 and going back right here. And select that again, CS. We're gonna close this off by adding this border right here, going across here, and finishing off right here. And in terms of height, right now we could select all of this. So click on tab. Let's put it at level 2. And then we need to offset this to negative 1500. Select this one, and then top constraint 2, and then negative 1500. And then here, what we could do is we could select the exterior wall number 1 by clicking on tab, and then after that, base constraint to ground floor. And then we're going to include this wall right here that we have. Ground floor as well. And that's the way I like it. And then here, go to ground again. And what we're going to form here is the area for the swimming pool. So the way we're going to do it is we're going to form another wall. So select the wall, edit type, duplicate. This will be pool wall. Press OK, edit, and here we need to change maybe a tile, ceramic tile. That's good enough for me to use. Thickness, let's change this to 100. And then here you can use ground up to level 1. That's fine because we're going to change the offset the base, and then the top offset. So right now we just create, this one is around 2800 by, let's see, this one is around 6000. So that's good enough. And I'm gonna place it all the way at the back right here. And then we will have a deck going to form around here. And then we will have some trees around and some bushes around here. So here, let's go to 3D. And we already set this one up to level 1. But this one should be ground, and this one should be ground as well, but with a negative base offset so that it goes below. So around 2000 is good enough. Actually 2000 is too much, so 1500, negative 1500. And then we need to create the floor right there. So ceramic tile is what we use. And then here we need to change the view range, because as you can see it's not showing. So what you need to do is you need to change the view depth unlimited so that it shows. So now here, component model in place, generic model, we need to create the floor. So I'm going to use ceramic. Ceramic tile. And then here, probably just 10 or maybe 20 for the depth. And then here, we could change this one anyway. So we're going to manually change the height. And then here, we need to just use rectangle, because we just need to box this one out. Let's look at the 3D. And then as you can see, it goes to the ground. So we just need to pull it down, because if you're making a model in place, it's very much, you can manipulate it easily, similar to this. So you could just grab all this. You can even extend this if you want to. So that's how easy it is to use a model in place. And then now we need to also add an extrusion for a water. Let's use water right here. Pull it up, click apply, and then OK. And then select rectangle again. And then add that rectangle right there, AL. And then let's look at it at 3D and see how it looks. So I just wanted to lower it a little bit. I wanted to at least give some gap. So I think that's good enough for there. And then click finish. After that, let's go again to ground. And I want to put the grass portion of this. Maybe I'll put the deck first, and then after that, grass around here. So here I'm going to use model in place again, another generic model, and then here the deck, I'm going to use another wood material that we have here. Apply OK, and then here we just need to add it right about here. I think that's good enough. And then go to 3D and then extend it a little bit. Right now we're extending to 200, but we're going to add maybe one strip of like a stair here and another one right here. So we could extend that and add on later on. Click on finish, and then another model in place. Here we could actually, we need to create the floor now so that it's easier for us. So floor around here would be grass, because I want some grass around. So might as well click on floor, edit type, duplicate, floor number 2 will be grass. And then pull it up, apply, OK, and then OK. Put it right here. I'm gonna use this one first. Also right here. Around here should be good enough. 600. We're probably going to maintain that 600. And then 600 probably right here. And then now we need to trim and extend. Delete this. Trim and extend right here. And then right there. So around here, I want grass. And then of course, around here is a different floor that we're gonna use. Click on floor, edit, duplicate, and then I'm gonna choose a concrete floor right here. Of course, those are not yet the finished material, because once we're in Twinmotion, it's a lot easier to add those right there. So here I'm gonna click on pick line. And then around here. So we just need to trim and extend on this side, and click, and then trim and extend as well on this side. And then click finish. And then if we want to curve this a bit, we just need to give it some curve. We could add it later on. But right now, this one's looking good because we could add in grass. Of course, I'm gonna put in a window here, and then a sliding door right here. And or maybe I'm gonna put a protruding door here, the bifold door. So on this side. Now I'm gonna provide the link here. It will be a part 1 description of this series. So what you need to do is click on the second link. So I will have a second link. What you need to do is click on to download pull ladder, maybe the parametric folding door, or either the sliding door. So either way, we're gonna use those ones. Maybe we're download the pot light as well, circle. We're gonna use that later on. And the handle for this one is for the kitchen. So we're basically adding all of this later on. But this will be in the part 1 description, probably the second link. So you need to have those. And then once you do, go to downloads. And then in the downloads, what you just need to do is you just need to drag and drop. So I'm gonna click on pull ladder and drag it. It will update itself if it's not yet the correct update or the correct version. But here what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add it on this side, because most of the time what we have here is some stairs. So pull stairs. Here is the pull ladder. And once we check that, it looks pretty good on that side. What I'll also do is select this wall, and I want to have a top offset of at least 20. So at least I have that um, that those things protruding a little bit. And then after this, what I want you to do is to drag and drop the sliding or the folding door. I'm going to use the folding door first, or let's try both of them. Folding door, we will have it something like this, but it's too big. So this is editable. So what we could do is head height, we want it to be at least 2000. And then here, I want it to be zero cell height. And then here, I want it on level 1. So that's correct. And then I want to edit this. Number of panel, it depends on you or how much you're gonna add. But in terms of the width, this one, let's put in 2000. And then here for the width, around probably 4000 only. The number of panel, I'm gonna put 6. And then let's look at it, how this is looking right here, where we can just move it a little bit. So I'm estimating around something right here, around 3200 only. So we will need to edit this again, instead of maybe 4, and then here 3200 width, and then height, and then frame. And as you can see, it's easy to edit, maybe 3000. But here we could just move this one, because I think this is more than enough space for the living area. So I'm just going to snug it in like that. And if we see it, it looks much better like this, so that you could just open the blinds like that. And like I said earlier, I'm going to add probably a stairs here and then another stairs here, so that it looks much better. So probably 2 stairs here, and then probably one more right here. So now I think I'm just gonna use the parametric folding door. So but if you want to use the sliding door, you could drag and drop that there. It's not yet updated, so leave it. Don't cancel the upgrade, so just leave it like that. And then once it's upgraded, you can see how it looks. I'm gonna show it to you. So either or, you'll be able to select which one you want. But for me, I like the way this one looks. I like the sliding door as well, but this one looks much better. So here we have the sliding door as well, and you can click here to make it open. So it's easy to use as well, and then it's easy to edit. As you can see, you could just edit type, and then you could have all of this change as well instantly. So it's up to you to decide which one you're gonna use. I'm gonna use this one, and I'm gonna leave it like that. And then before we finish this, I want to have stairs around here. So I'm gonna put stairs around here, and then I'm gonna put stairs right here. So I'm gonna click on edit. So I'm gonna click on edit, in place, extrusion, and we're going to have, I'm gonna set this one, pick a plane, I'm gonna select it from this wall. And then after that, I'm gonna use rectangle to estimate the height. I'm gonna align it from this top. There we go. And probably, I think this is good enough. Or I'm going to edit the extrusion again and then just leave something like this. So 100. Trim this, click finish. So it looks nice like that. We can extend it a little bit more, something like that. This one looks good. And then now let's do it on this side as well. So create a sweep. So I'm gonna create a sweep. I'm gonna pick path first. I'm gonna pick this path going here, but we need to connect both of this path. So after that, click on finish, edit profile, and similar to that, we could create this profile right here. This one we could just go down now. So maybe 100 instantly, and then we could extend it a little bit, maybe 200 on that. And then click on finish and then finish again. And as you can see, this one looks much better as well. And I want to copy the same material. We want to copy the same material, and at least everything looks good right here. We could edit this if we want to make it nice so that it knows that. So cancel that. This one we just need to edit sweep again, select profile, edit profile, and we could just make it 300. Cannot generate to modify it, so something is not working right here. I'm gonna investigate first. So what I did is I just redo what I did because something's wrong. So once I finish this, I save it, and then I did it. I did this one at its own, so that's why. And then now what I need to do is go to ground, and I just need to fix this. I want this grass material to be at least until here, and then here I want this to go around here. So let's trim this out. And there we go. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 6 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to create the outside part. So we added the pool, and then the deck, and we added the sliding door. Now we're gonna continue working on this. here I can see that we have this part. So I'm just going to copy this top offset so that we can apply it right here as well. And then might as well add the glass or the windows right here. So let's go to level 1, and I'm going to select this curtain wall CS, and let's add our windows on this side. You want to make sure to click on spacebar so that it goes inside. And then also let's add one right here. And then let's go to 3D, and then here let's go to modify, cut, select the wall first and then the curtain wall. Wall and then curtain wall. And let's see how it looks. This is good because it already set the top offset for us. We don't need to worry about it. Next thing we're gonna do is I'm planning to add a pergola on this. So this one, I want it to actually go down a little bit. So for the curtain wall, I want it to be at 2000 only. So I need to pull it down a little bit more and negative 800 instead, because that I just want my floor to ceiling curtain wall to be only here, not on this side. So I'm actually gonna copy this to apply on this side, and then we're gonna add a pergola so that once we add something here it will really be nice. And then obviously we have to pull it up a little bit, so let's do this nicely. So make it 950 for base offset. There we go. And then at least everything is consistent with the height and everything else. And then here we're gonna add bushes and then a small tree that is at least visible with the kitchen that we're gonna create later on. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm also going to add a grass part on this side. So I know this is floor number 2, so let's go to level 1 and let's add a floor number 2 right here. So let's change this to 2 and then select here, and we want to add the flooring right here. Click finish, and then let's look at it, and this one looks good. I just want to pull it back a little bit because I put it too much, and that will be really good. We're going to add grass part here later on. It's a little bit on the first floor level, not like here it's underground. So I kind of put it up a little bit so that it's easier to look at and it's easier to see. Now what I'm gonna do is we could actually add our mullions right here. So click on architecture, mullion, all grid, and we're going to select 50 by 65. So I'm going to add it on this side and then on this side as well. There we go. So we have right there. On this side we need to click on curtain grid first. So I'm going to make it 3 and then just put it in the middle on this side. And then after that, click on mullion all grid and select those windows right there. So I'm happy with that. And then now we can start adding our pergola. What I want to do first is to add 2 posts. So now let's go to ground floor, and we're going to set a model in place. So click on component drop down, model in place, and then here generic model. After this, extrusion, and then here we're gonna set a wood material. I want this wood material to be consistent, so I'm gonna use it all the time. So 24H Lulam, and then here we're going to add, because we're going to connect it to our wall right here. So I just want to set maybe 100 to 100. Or make it 150 instead. Just to give that thickness. Copy, and then move it on this side. And then let's change this extrusion to around 900. And the way model in place is good is that you can manipulate it afterwards. So here, as you can see, it's not too much, but we can manipulate it and put it up ourselves. And then here, we're going to touch it, and we will have another one right here that will be the cross beam. And then after that, we're going to add the one at the top. So here, create extrusion, set, pick a plane, and then on top of this post that we just created. Now it's not letting us, so we're going to just select it here. It's fine because we could also pull it up. So after that, go to 3D, pull it up again, similar to what we did here. The reason that you cannot select the one at the top because of the view range. So we have it here. We're going to have, so actually it's much better if we, so I'm gonna undo that first. I'm going to edit, and might as well add it on this side as well so that it looks much better. So align, and then AL, align it on this side. And then now trim and extend, TR, trim and extend on this side. Go to 3D and then pull it up. So we have our stuff right here. We just need to add the remaining. So the way I'm gonna do this is I'm going to set something right here on this side. So we could go to maybe east elevation and then create another extrusion, pick a plane, and then here we're going to set, choose this wall right here, extrude it, and then maybe rectangle so that it's easier to see, and then we can make it something like that because we're going to add some design here. Click on finish, look at it at 3D on how it looks. So now we're going to size it up like so. So that's fine. And then once we do finish that, we could go to level 1 probably, whatever's easy to see. So level 2. And once we're here, we could actually go and array this. So we're gonna array, click on last. Here we could set it on how many we want, maybe 15. Set it all the way to the left side. But the problem with this is because I set it, so it doesn't let me, the constraint here, because I set it on this wall. So instead, I'm gonna discard this. I'm gonna undo it actually. So actually instead, we need to go to north elevation, and I'm going to add it on this side. So extrusion, pick a plane, we're gonna select this wall, and we just need to add one of this. Click on finish, go to 3D, extrude it now, similar to what we were planning to do. And let's go to level 2, select this, array, click on last, change this to 15, and then grab it. So after this, as you can see, you can increase the how many of this you want to add, and then it will space it out. So even though like that, you can space it out and it will space it out nicely. So that's the way you can do it fast and easy. And if you see it, it will look like that. And you probably can increase it more, 30, and depending on how you want it. And then before we click finish, let's create some design here. So let's go now to our east elevation, and we're gonna set this to avoid extrusion. We need to pick a plane, select this plane, and then here we could change something. So I'm going to set it like that. Let's put it like that. So it depends on you on how you're gonna design this. So don't you worry. Trim this side. And then now let's put this one right there. Click on finish. Go to 3D. Now we just need to extend this. So I'm just going to grab this to be extended. I just need to grab this, and then once you grab, you can see once we cut geometry. So we're going to cut geometry right now, and there we go. And you just need to select that, cut geometry on each and every one of them. There we go. You know that it is there we just need to click geometry and select all of those. That's the only pain that this is doing, is that you just need to cut geometry each and every one of them. There we go, and then click on finish, and let's admire what we've accomplished, and this one looks really good. Another thing that I want to do is to add something on here. I'm gonna use a sweep so that the difference of this floor to this floor. So here I'm gonna click on model in place, and then generic model, and then after that click on sweep, and then pick path, and this is just going to be a simple sweep just to add some details on our drawing. So click on finish, edit profile, and then here we could select this rectangle, and we want to go and add it on this side, and then we want to change this to a concrete material. Anything will do. Apply, OK, and then OK again, and there you go. Something different that we could add to make everything look nice. Just a separation like that. And then in Twinmotion, we could add in some furniture right here, even a barbecue. We could add it on this side, and then some seating, and then we also have some space to add in for our pool chair right here. And what I'm gonna do as well on this side is I want to split this. I forgot the material that we use here, so concrete board form, so I want to make sure to check that. And here we're just going to modify and then split face. I'm gonna select this, and we're going to just add a line here so that we could differentiate two different material. So now click on paint, concrete form, which is we have, and select that. Now it looks consistent, but we still have this part right here. So that's the only way that I want to do that. And then here, what we could do is we could go to level 1, and we want to double check how this one is being changed. So we need to click on wall joints, select that, and then here we could click on next, and we want it to be on this side, so that once we do that, we have everything nicely. Okay, so now we need to split, grab a line there, click finish, click right here, and we want to make sure to select the same material. And as you can see, everything flows nicely right here. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 7 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the pergola. We added some windows and we added all the mullions. Now we're going to continue working on this. We want to start by creating our kitchen. So now let's go to level 1, and here under our level 1 I want to move our section on this side, and then I want to flip them as well so that we'll be able to see what we're working on. So I'm just adding it here and I want to see everything. What I'm planning to do is to have basically an L shape. Fridge will be on this side, L shape. We have cabinets on top of here, but not on this side because we have some windows right here. So something different. So now let's go to architecture, drop down component, model in place, and then select generic model, press OK, and then OK. Click on extrusion, and we want to set this to a wood material, a different wood material. So here, let's choose one of this materials right here, 28C. Click apply, OK, and then we're going to create the base. Here, let's set this one to 875, and then let's add an L shape right here. I'm gonna set this to around 600, and then I want to make sure to maintain all of that. So this one should be around 600 as well. I want to see 650. I want to set this to 650 instead, and then trim and extend on both sides, and then delete those remaining right there. So 650 and then 650 on this side. So I'm happy with that. And then after that, click on finish, look at it at 3D, and it will look like that. Next thing we're gonna do is we're going to add our kick plate. So we're gonna use a void form and then sweep, pick path, select here and select here, click on finish, and then click here again, edit profile, and then select this rectangle. We're going to put this one right here. This one is around 50, and then this one is make it 100. So that's our kick plate. Click finish, and then go to modify again, and then click finish again, and then click on cut geometry. So now it's cut. As you can see right there, we created our kick plate. Next, I'm going to go back to level 1 and select this to add in our top. So here I'm going to select extrusion, set, and then once you click that, we're going to add so I'm going to use pick line, and then after this I'm going to set this to 25, and the material should be a stone material. This one we already used, so I'm going to use this one. Click there, and then as you can see, I need to set this one properly again. So edit, pick a plane. I'm going to use this plane. There we go. And as you can see, we have our countertop, And then next thing we're gonna do is we're going to add the sink. So what we're gonna do is go to insert. So before we do that, let's click on finish first, and then we could edit this later on. So here, go to insert, load family, and then here what we're gonna do is we're going to go to plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then select the sink, and we're gonna choose one of this. And then I'm gonna choose this one instead, or maybe the one for the island. So just a small kitchen. Oh no, I'm gonna choose the single. Click on open, CM, and then I wanna select it on this side. And since we're here already, let's add in some of the furniture or equipment. So specialty equipment, domestic, mid-range, and we're going to add in the fridge. So I'm going to use this, click open, type in CM to add it instantly. And then here, I don't want my label to show. Click apply, okay. And then let's align all of this, AL. Let's move this first so that we could align it properly, AL, and then align it there. And of course, we're going to create a case here. So actually, we shouldn't align it. Let's just align it at the back, which is it's already at. So I'm gonna create a case here for this. But I want to change the depth to 650 as well, so that it looks nice enough on this side. So we have enough space, and we still have this one's still visible. So as you can see, we need to void this one as well, because right here we need to edit again. So go to level 1, edit, and then here we need to void extrusion so that we can see the sink here. So rectangle, we need to set it, pick a plane, and then let's select it right here. After that, let's just give it some space like this. I don't want to make sure I want to make sure that I don't touch this because I don't want it to be flashing. And then here, as you can see, we have our extruded part, but it's not extruded too much. So I'm going to extrude it going down so that we could see this one. So cut geometry, and as you can see, it's showing now. So that's how you do it, like that. And then we're going to create an island. So that's the last thing that we're gonna do. What I'm gonna do next is to maybe add something right here. So let's create, or let's do the section. So I want to make sure that we have the section open, and here let's create an extrusion, pick a plane, and then select this wall, and then here we're going to change it to a different wood material, maybe 36C, apply, okay, select this one, and create an opening right here. And then this one should be all the way to 2800 only, so that's perfect. And then delete this, and then SL on this, and then TR, trim and extend. Click finish, see it in 3D, and then let's just push it out like that. And then let's go to level 1. I want to see how it looks. So it looks good. And here we need to add our cabinets. So I want to see what the material we'll use here. See, Control C, go to section, and then let's add or start adding those ones. So here I'm gonna click on extrusion, pick a plane, and we're gonna select it here. I want to have an extrusion of only 10 because it's just the door of the kitchen door. And here I want at least offset this to 10 as well, so that we have some gap going inside like that. And then might as well mirror this. And then here we could just move this one, or just delete or offset this to 5, and then delete the one in the middle, and then another one. So we have those that we could create. SL on that, and then SL right here, trim it. This one should be deleted, and then trim it again here, and then delete this part. So now this is looking good. We just need to mimic the spacing, copy it, and grab it from the corner. And then we're gonna do it on this side as well. CO, grab it there, so that we don't need to keep on creating the split element. CO there, I don't want to touch that, so CO, grab it there, and move this one. And you want to make sure that you have the correct spacing. Let's use this, and then put 10. So that's good on that side. And how about on this side? Let's fix this as well. CO, and let's add it on this side as well. Obviously, it's not all hinge door. We have drawers as well. So might as well add those drawers as well right here. Offset it to 10, and copy and grab it. Put it on this side, so to change it a bit, make it equal at least. And then now SL, and then SL. You just need to split it, and then TR, trim and extend, unjoin them. So this one we need to SL as well. This one is an extra, so we could just delete, trim and extend. we need to SL on here, and then this will be extra. Trim and extend, and those are extras. This one's good. Okay, and then now Gulam 36. See, that's fine. So we're gonna do that on the other side as well. Go to 3D, and we have something that looks like this. I want to add more detail, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select that again, or right here, void form, void extrusion instead. Pick a plane is I'm gonna choose this plane, and here I'm gonna put -5 and then go 5, and then here we're going to offset this to around 50 and just simply add this information right here. This one will make it look really good and look really modern. Click on finish and click on cut geometry, and if we see that, as you can see, it really looks good. A simple, but as you can see, a big impact in the way the kitchen will look. So next thing we're gonna do is just gonna click finish, because what we can do next is go to level 1 and add another section here so that we could see it much better. So I'm going to flip this on this side, change the view range, and then just double click so that we have our section 2 right here, and we could just move this one on the side. So now I'm going to select this, edit. We have Glulam 36, so I want to make sure that this is the one, this is the same material that I'm gonna use. Click extrusion, pick a plane, and what I'm gonna do is click right here, select, and then here offset this to 10, and might as well put it in the midpoint, flip it, and I want around 450 instead, and then copy it, select, and just move it. 10 is perfect, that's the way I like it, and then just copy, select this, copy, and then put it right here on this side, and then another one on this side, copy it again, put it on this side, and then lastly on this side. So the ones at that end, you just need to make it going inside, and then we're just going to leave it like that, and here we just need to change this to 10 and 0, and then here Glulam 36, click apply on that, and then click finish. So we have all of those. Also what we could do is edit again. I want to add some drawers as well, so similar to what we did, we just need to add 2 up here, or maybe another 1 drawer, and then offset this to 10, and then right there, and then SL right there at the top, and then now trim and extend, and then trim right here on this side as well. And then we have something that looks like this, but we're still not ready because we can void this, void extrusion, pick a plane, select this, again -5, and then put 5 right here to apply. Use this, offset 50, and then click right here, and then just select the edges. Use spacebar to change the orientation of the offset. Okay, and then we just need to finish up, and there we go. So click on finish, and then cut geometry, and then finish again, and look at it at 3D. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 8 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to start adding the kitchen. Now we're gonna continue on this. I want to focus on probably the top cabinet and then the island. So now let's go back to level 1 and let's select section 1 as well. So here we're going to use the same one. So select this, edit in place, and we're going to create an extrusion, pick a plane, and we're going to select this wall, and we need to change this. So 0 start, and then here we could add probably 400 for the top cabinet, and then here we want to use Gulam 36, the one that we use on this cabinets, and then here I'm just going to add a boolean, so around 250, make it maybe 200 only. Click finish, go to 3D to extend this, align it from this extension, and then those cabinets will fall under that. Go back to section, create extrusion again, pick a plane, select this wall, 400 is already set. So I'm just going to add this one right here, and we want to make sure that this is 800, and same material, so Gulam 36, and the only thing that I don't like is this one is protruding right here, so I probably want to change right here. I'm gonna move this wall, so I'm going to click on finish this first, delete all the mullions, so I'm gonna select all of this instead, filter this, and then wall grids, and then mullions. So I'm just going to select all the mullions and maybe the curtain grids, and then delete them. There we go. So that's very useful to use, is the filter. And then here I'm going to change, we can move this one right here so that we have enough space, and I think that's good enough. much better. And then curtain grid first. I'm just going to put it in the middle, similar to others, and then here just click off. So that's how easy it is to fix, and then it's not protruding on this side. So now let's go back to section 1, and what we're going to do is we're going to add this one as well. So select this, edit in place, and we could do extrusion, pick a plane, select this plane right here. Now 10, select here, and actually I think it's much better if we copy the way we have on the bottom. So I'm just gonna copy the way it is so that everything looks much better right here, and then align it on this side and then on this side. So now it's much better. I could grab this one, copy, and it will be a lot faster to add. And then at the same time on this side, copy again, and it's a lot faster to add. And then let's just align it at the end right here. And maybe this one we could just force it to go on this side, and then 10. And then now click on finish, and then after that void extrusion again, pick a plane, and we're gonna choose this. Here we need to put -5 again, and then 5. Click apply, click rectangle, offset it to 50, and just click on the end on all of them. To make it a lot faster, just do the ones that are not standard. This one are standard. Copy it on one corner to just make it a little bit fast. Click on finish, cut geometry, and then finish again. And if we see 3D, it will look like that. We just forgot to make this one. This is supposed to be 10 only. So don't worry, it will fix itself because we put it on those planes. So the void form is not gonna be troublesome. It's going to fix itself. So that's good. We have the top portion right here. Might as well fix this one. So have the same look as what we have on this. Let's do section. I'm planning to add probably an open area here, so I'm going to void this. Void extrusion, pick a plane, void this one. I'm going to just select something like this. Align it so that everything is aligned, and then go to 3D, and then just push it like that, and then cut geometry. So now it looks much better, but we're not done yet because we could. So let's add Goulam 36. This is Goulam 36. So everything is Goulam 36. We just need to add the same cabinet on the side. So extrusion, pick a plane, Goulam 36. This one should be 10, and this is supposed to be 0. Let's add an offset here of 10, going inside, and then here, get it from the corner. And I'm going to align the ones at the bottom so that everything, the one at the top, there we go. There we go, right there. And then align it from the top. And then here again, might as well do it. There we go. Looks much better. Maybe put a break here. Offset this to 10. And then SL. And then trim and extend. There we go. And then just click finish. And we're not yet done. We're gonna do the same thing. Extrusion, pick a plane, and then -5, and then 5 here. Offset 50. This one is too short, so we cannot do it. Maybe if we put 25, let's do 25 instead. So here we're going to do this like that. There we go. And click finish, and then select cut geometry. Look at it in 3D, and it looks good. I'm happy with the way it looks. So next thing we're gonna do is we're going to add our island. So let's go to level 1, and then here we're going to go back to architecture, model in place, and then here generic model. We're going to extrude this, and we're going to choose a different wood material. Maybe the 36H is already used, 32H as well, 24C is not. So I'm going to use that. Select right here. This will be 0, and this one will be 875 is the height that I'm going to use. I'm going to have it right here. We can extend it more. So 1000. And this one should be 2200. Let's move it in the middle so we have enough spacing, and then we can add in more right here because we could just move this one a bit on the side. So after that, click on finish, look at it at 3D to see how it looks. Now we just need to add kick plate on each side. So I'm gonna use void sweep, but only on one side first. Pick edit profile, this one. Let's maintain the 50 by 100 so that we're very consistent with all of what we're doing. Click finish and then finish again, cut geometry, and then we're going to do it on the other side. Void sweep again, pick path, select the path, go back here, edit profile, select this one and do this right here, and then 50. Click on finish and then finish and then cut geometry. So like the way it looks. Now I'm going to create something here. I want the countertop to wrap around here, falling water or something like that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to click on create, extrusion, set. I'm gonna set it on this plane, and then I'm going to go to section right here, and as you can see we have it right there. Select here, and this one we're not gonna use that, but we're going to use another stone. I'm just gonna use the granite, same thing. Granite rough. And then here we could wrap this one around. I'm just working on this one, and then trim and extend all of this, and then delete the ones that are not needed. And then here we need to put 25 on each side to make it consistent with everything else. 25. And then here we could just put 600 for now. Click on finish. Let's look at it at 3D. And then now we just need to move it on the other side like this, and we're going to give something right here, and then here probably we're going to move it a little bit like that as well. Also here we're going to align it, align it on this face for some of this. Click finish first, AL. Let's just move it so that everything is aligned. And then here we could add in some furniture. So I'm just going to move this one a little bit on this side. We have plenty of room. Insert, load family, go to seating, furniture, and we're going to choose this one, stacking, CM, and then let's add it on this side. CO, add it again, multiple times, around 3 is good enough. And then just space it out nicely. So now I'm also going to load in the equipment, domestic. We have mid-range here, and we're gonna do some cooktop. I'm probably going to use the electric. So click on open, CM, and we're going to add the cooktop right here in front. Select that, and then uncheck, and then apply OK. After this, the range hood as well, so load family, go back here, high end, and then we could have this one, the hood island. Click open, CM, and then we have the hood vent all the way right here, and then select that, and then here we could just uncheck the show label. And what I'm gonna do is I'm going to move this one a bit right here, and then double click again. Here is the hood, so MV, move it at the top like that. I'm going to lower it a bit, and then we could extend this stem right there. I want to make sure the cooktop is visible. So the cooktop is actually good. It's all the way right there, so it's visible enough. Want to make sure to click on find so every detail shows. And then what I want is to move this one right here. Even though it's not visible, I know that we haven't put any cabinet here, so I'm gonna put the cabinet, add it in place, extrusion, pick a plane, and I'm gonna choose this plane, select rectangle, type in 10 for offset, and usually this is what I do, put it in the middle like that, and then let's add probably somewhere right here and somewhere right here. Maybe it's too much, make it 400, and then here 410. Offset this to 10. There we go. And offset again to 10. I forgot on this side and on this side. And I'm just going to copy the spacing that we have on this side. Just gonna copy this 400, and I think that's good enough. Copy this to 400 again, and then offset 10. And I'm just going to add some drawers right here and on this side to change it up. Offset 10, and then SL, And then on this side as well. Okay, so now let's trim this on this side now, because we got it on the other side. Trim this one right here, and join those, and join again, because we're going to reconnect them. There we go. Let's trim this, delete this, and I believe we're good. Click on finish, and then lastly we're going to do the extrusion, but this one should be 10 only. And then now we need to do an extrusion. Pick a plane, we're gonna choose this, -5, and then 5 again. Click here, offset to 50. And then just finishing up. And then there we go. So click finish, cut geometry, and finish again. And let's see on 3D how it looks. And it looks much better. We just forgot to change the material. Coolam 36. And there we go. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 9 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the island in the top cabinet. Now we're gonna still continue on this. So in the part 1 description, there's the second link. The only thing that you need to do is to click on or drop in the handle once you download it. In the other videos, I showed you that you need to download certain stuff, and this is one of it. So we have this handle, and what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add it right here and on this side as well. We could flip it if we want to, so we could just add it on this side. So now before we do anything else, we need to flip this back, or we could just actually select this CS, and let's add this handle on this side first, knowing that we already have this and it's already facing on this section. So now I'm just going to move this to the midpoint and then copy this and put this one in the midpoint as well, similar to the others. Here, CS spacebar so that we could add it on this side, and then we could just CS on here as well, and then maybe we could mirror this one. and then copy it on this side. There we go. So now we could go back to level 1 and then we can flip this one so that it's facing on this side. So if we go back to section, as you can see, we have this one right here. Let's move it on the midpoint and then move it down a little bit so that we could just copy it like that. We're not going to put anything on this side. And then CS again, and then move it on this side. Let's put it here first, the one in the midpoint, and then copy it right here and also on this side. And then copy this CO on this midpoint. And mirror this. And then we can delete this now. And then just copy this one so that the spacing is good enough already. And then there. And it's up to you if you want to add here and there. Go back to go to section now, and here this is, we need to just move this because it's not showing on this part. So now once you move it, you could just select this one, CS, so that we could grab it, put it in the midpoint so that we could just move it a little bit there, CO, copy it on the midpoint. And then CS and add on this side. So now let's go back to 3D. We got all the handles already. And what I want to do next is to add maybe those knee rims here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to level 1 and let's go and model in place, generic model, and I'm gonna do a sweep, sketch path, and let's just maybe create this first and then delete this and then fillet arc here. So 40, and then here make it 40 as well to be consistent. Click on finish. Let's look at it at 3D and then edit profile and make it circle, and then here choose one of those metal material, click apply, OK, and then click finish, and then what we could do is we can move this. I'm just going to go to section, or click on finish first, go to section so that we could see it properly, move that section there, and then here we could just move it going up, edit in place, there we go. And then now we just need to move it going inside. That looks good. A little bit more going inside. I think that's good enough. I like the way it looks, and then click on finish. And then now what I want to do is to create the L-shape stairs. So here what I'm gonna do is click on stairs. I'm gonna use this first and then click on, maybe I want it to be around 15 only. Press OK, and then let's create this all the way at the top. I want to have a landing there, so I'm going to create this with a landing. So the landing didn't work, so I'm just going to close this first. So let's try this again. So let's go to level 1 and then click on stairs. There we go. It created some landing because what happened is, so usually I went over this. It's not, the thing is too short to create a landing, so that's why it didn't let me. So now I'm gonna click on finish first and then move it to the right location. So that's why what I do first. And then if you see this one is sticking out now. So what I'm gonna do is, instead of 1 2 3, I'm gonna do 2 and then going there. So let's edit the stairs. I'm gonna push this 2 there and then here to go. We can also put just 1 if we want to, so that it's good enough. But it's too much actually. I think this is good enough. Click on finish. I'm not gonna put any of the railings here, so I'm gonna delete the railings. Also, remove all the stringers, none, and then none. So actually, I'm gonna put a stringer here and then put none on this side. And then here, close. I'm gonna open this and I'm going to make this 900 in height. The width is around, make it 30. Total depth is around 900. And let's see how it looks. So I'm gonna use that instead. And here, I'm gonna make it glass. So just use one of the glass here. Anything will do. Apply OK. Apply OK. There we go. Now select here. Let's make this one much better. So here, make sure middle is checked. Let's see what the materials right here. It's not been given. So I'm going to make it a metal material. Okay, and then now you need to select the dot dot right here, and then we don't want any riser. So now it's being supported by this one. And then here we need to set the materials that we're going to put here. But before that, as you can see, I want to align it on the wall and then on here. So now it's looking much better because everything is flowing nicely. And then here, the material that we're gonna use, select here, and then the material we're going to put a wood material. I usually put mahogany because I like the way it looks. And there we go. And then if we go back, or if we go to the downloads, so it's on part 1 description, in the second link you will be able to download the glass support. So here, just download it, and then once you download, go to the downloads folder, and here we could just drag and drop. And the way it looks is something like this. Very big, but it's up to you to make it small. So you can edit the family, or edit right here, make it small so that it looks much better. So I'm gonna make this one small, edit, instead of 20 let's put 5, click finish, and then instead of 40 let's make it 10, click finish, make sure everything looks good. Extrusion is around 15, load it, no, and then override existing and its parameter, and as you can see it looks like this. We can make it much better, a little bit on the extrusion side. On this side I want it to be 10. There we go. This one, make it 10 as well. Load it back, override extrusion there, and then we just need to create a section here. So not create, but we could just move this so that we don't need to do it anymore, and just line it up. What we could do is put fine wireframe so that we could see everything, and then let it look like that this is the one that is holding everything up. Copy it, and then now we just need to copy it on that corner so that we keep on adding it. And then on the same side we need to add another section here, or just move this section on this side, make sure select this one, CS, and then go to section 2, and then we just need to clean this up first as we cannot see everything, and then make it wireframe, select this one as well, CS, and then just fix this, copy, and then copy on the corner. If we see it, everything looks really good, and as you can see there, the only thing that I want to do is at least I want it to be piercing there, so maybe I could just edit family and probably pierce this one through. Load it, overwrite existing, and then there we go. So that looks really good, and if you see it, it will look like it's bolted there, so that to hold this and to hold everything else. And I'm gonna go back to here and then maybe copy this one right there, and then put this one on the side. Just weird that it's not letting me add it onto this plane, but now everything's good. There we go. Now everything looks like it's bolted, and probably I could edit this one a little bit. Move it more. Negative 40, and then this one probably is 5. Load. There we go. So now everything is connecting. And then let's do something right here. I want to add curtain wall. So windows right here. So we could do is add this one on the side, and then here at the top right here. And then I'm probably going to add here as well. So why not? Click on cut geometry, all first, and then curtain wall. And I just want to add, so I want to align it to the same height right here. But I'm going to edit this to have it like that, and then give it something like that as well, and also this. So I'm going to align it all, but except for this one, and then add curtain grid, and then maybe on this side. And then after this, architecture again, click on mullion, all grid, and then add all grid on that side. So now everything looks good. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 10 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the stairs. Now we're gonna continue working on this. We could start off by creating the second floor. So what we can do is select level 2. And as you can see, we have our underlay turned on. So under your properties, underlay is right here. Usually it's automatic that it will see level 1. That's to help you add in any information that you want to, like for example, at least you can see where everything is going. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select the exterior wall number 1 here, knowing that we already have it. We could use CS or create similar, which is under this modify, or just type in CS once you select that. So now we'll be able to add exterior wall number 1 directly right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select C1 right here, and then here we're going to go all the way to C number 3. So once we do that, we could go right here to our B3, and then going across right here to B5, and then going down all the way to J5, going across right here to J3, going down again to H3. We actually need to go back right here. We need to push this back. So instead of J3, go into J4, and then CS here again, going right here to H4, and then going across right here to H1, and then here we need to go around here, and at the same time we need to go to C1. So here I'm going to extend this right here, going across right here, and right here. So I'm not gonna attach it for now, so I'm gonna align it AL so that we could align it to all together, and then going across there so that everything looks good. It's overlapping. We can turn off the underlay now. Later on we could turn it on, because we could basically CS a lot of stuff that are down there already. So here I'm going to put it to none and click on apply, and then here we could hide it for now, hide element, and then if we want to show it again, we could just reveal it later on. So now we're going to probably extend the glass so that it's all the way to the top, and it looks good because at least it's showing all of this. We have something that is from outside but at the same time indoor, so we have our own oasis. So now we can click on wall again, and choose interior wall number 1 because we're going to add our walls right here. So now I'm gonna box this off, so I'm gonna connect it here all the way up to here. So H3 up to F3, and then here we will have our bedroom again, and then here I'm just going to put up to 3000, going down to 900 or maybe more, 1000, make it 1000, 1000, and then here we could connect it back right here. And then I'm gonna undo that AL so that we could align it all together properly before connecting it. It's easier that way. And then here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna extend it all the way right here. So for now, CS, this will be exterior wall. I'm going to extend this so that we have enough room. At the same time, SL to split element on this, SL, we could split element on this side, and then we could just move it all the way right there. So now we will have the washroom right here, and then a bedroom right here, and this washroom is for the 2 rooms that we have on this side. So you will add a door right here and a door right here for connection. And then here what we can do is we could add in 3000, around 3400 on this side, and then we're gonna connect it here before we need to align this. So align it here, and then you need to push it, and then this is the walk-in closet for the masters. We can extend that as well, and also we could extend here, and then we're going to have our washroom right here as well, so 2500. And might as well connect it all the way right here. And this will be open area. At the same time, we're gonna be able to see the stairs from the outside. And then here, just connect it. And then here, we just need to extend this wall all the way right here, so it's connected. So once they come up, they'll be able to enter to the masters. And then we have the washroom, the ensuite right here, and then the walk-in closet, and we have another bedroom right here. So now what I'm gonna do is let's turn on our underlay. The reason for that is so that we could reuse some of the furnitures that we already have added. So for example, like the door, we have 700 by 2000. We're gonna reuse that, and add it right here. We could add it on this side for the walk-in closet, or we could just add it on this side. Spacebar to change orientation. And then here, we're going to add the washroom right here. Or I'm thinking I should add it on this side instead, so that everything will flow correctly here. And then here, like, we could add in the door right here. And then, as like I said earlier, we have a door right here, and we have this door that connects both of the, or that could be used for both of the bedrooms. We could extend it a little bit more, as you can see, 1200, or maybe 1100 is good enough. And then we could add in, because we have this one right here, I want to add the closet on this side. So CS interior wall, around 700 is good. And then here we could just close this off, as we added this room for here, so around 800, because we have enough space here, as you can see. So let's insert the bed. So let's go to insert, load family, and go to furniture, and then we have a bed here. I'm gonna use bed box. Click open, CM, and let's change it to queen, and we're going to add the queen bed right here, facing there, and the bed also on this side. And then we have the bed on this side as well. At the same time, let's add the one that we have, the nightstand below. So we're going to add it right here. So see how easy it is to add once you already have it loaded. So I'm just adding it right now. I click it and then I type in CS. Here we could just move this one a little bit. MV. I know it's kind of confusing because there's underlay below and it's just disrupting what we're seeing, but once we turn that on, everything will look nice. And then here we could just move it a little bit so that we have enough space for the nightstand here. So I'm just nudging it in place as we have enough room. And then after that, let's add in the toilet. CS on that. I'm gonna add the toilet right here. And then also we could have the toilet right here for this side. And then we're going to add a sink. CS. Sink on this side. Might as well add two because this is an ensuite. Hopefully we'll be able to add. So CS on this. Let's try and adding it here. 2. And we're going to put shower right here. So we could we'll be able to add all of those. Even though it's tight, just to show that we have 2 sinks, and looks like everything that we need to add is already added. Now we could turn it on again, turn off it. So we just need to put it to none and then click apply. And then now the best thing to do is to add the detailed line, thin line, and then just add it like that. And then here, add it there. And then after this, I want to add the door right here. So we need to go to insert, load family, go back to the main, look for doors, residential, and then we have the sliding door. So we need to look for that. Sliding door, click on open, load everything. Just select one of here and then scroll down, hold on shift, and then select the bottom and then press OK. It will highlight everything. Now it's a door, so we need to type in DR, and then here we could add the appropriate size. So I'm gonna put in 17 or maybe 18 for this one. 1800 by 2000 is good enough. Here that's stretching it too much, so we're going to put 1700. That's good enough there as well. We don't need it here because we need to add in the walk-in closet. At the same time, we need to add annotate, detailed line again, but the demolish because it's dash line. Let's add more information. And then here, the good thing is we could add shelvings on all throughout here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put in thin line first, and then add 600 all throughout here. There we go. And then make it 600 here as well, so that everything is consistent. And then we could just add in the thin line afterwards. Demolish, pick line, and then offset this to probably 50. I want it to be consistent so that I just use pick line, and then we could just trim on those corners. And then you can even add an island if you want, but I think that's good enough. I'm happy with this. And then actually here we could just move it back because we have actually enough room on this side, so I didn't notice that when we're adjusting it earlier. Move it, MV to move, and might as well add in the lighting there. So go to insert, load family, and then go to lighting, architecture, internal, and then we have a table lamp. Click on open and then type in CM, and we could add it right here for now, add in a section so that we know what is the height. So here, what we could do is align it all the way to the top. There we go. So now it should be 762 from the top, but because we're just using CS, it will recognize the offset of the height. So we don't need to type in the 762 anymore because it registered whatever we added before. And then next thing is I want to add the shower. So let's go to load family, go back to the main and go to plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then we have showers, and then we have this one. Type in CM and let's just add it on here. And as you can see, we don't have enough space actually here, so might as well just add one of this, and then at least we have enough there. And here we can see that I want to know 1700, so we need to duplicate this and then put probably 1700 on this side, and there we go. We added the shower there, and we're going to add the shower here as well. CS, space it right here. We have enough space on this side, so I think we're just gonna leave it like that. We can even put a stall toilet right here that is covered, so we could actually edit, duplicate, create an interior wall number 2, and here we could just change the size to 50, and then here CS, add it first right here, change it back CS, and there we go. AL, align it, and we have at least a stall right here. We could remove this and we can make it much grander because we have a big sink here that is spaced out properly. And then we just need to add a door, probably a smaller door. We can move it a little bit, and then move this one on this side. And then here we could just make it smaller, 600, and push it back. There we go. I think that's good enough. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 11 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add the second floor already. We started adding the walls and then all the furnitures. Now we're gonna continue working on this. For now, I'm just gonna space out this one properly. This one is good, and this one we just need to space it good enough. And we just need to move this one to the corner right there. And here I'm gonna pull this back a little because we need to align this. So for now I'm just gonna leave it like that and see how it is connected with the underlay on. So I'm going to put in the underlay right there, and I believe the best thing is to align it here. And then here we should align it at the top right here from below, so that everything is not overlapping, and as you can see everything looks good. So now we're gonna put it back to none, and then we could add in our floor. So let's go and click on floor, edit, duplicate. This will be number 4, and the thickness, let's maintain that. The material, let's duplicate this and then click apply, OK, and then OK. And here what we're gonna use is pick line. We're going to pick the lines, usually going from the inside. And actually here we just need to delete this because we're actually going around here. And then also on this side we're going to go around this part. So SL on this so that we could trim and extend. I'm doing it right now so that we don't get confused on which one we need to remove. So basically we need to go around here, and then we need right here as well. Pick line again, going around here up to here. So we just need to trim and extend on there, and then we could actually just connect this one and then trim this one right here. I think that's good enough. And then click on finish. Let's look at what we need to trim, and looks like it's right here. Click finish. If we check it, it will look like that. And then what we could do is we could apply the material. So we could go to modify, and we could use mahogany. There we go. So now we have mahogany here, and then mahogany also on this side. And then the bottom are white. So we set it up as gypsum wallboard. And then if you notice, we have this stuff right here. We need to cover this, and then we need to have a glass right here so that we have a natural light coming in. And then here what we need to do when you have this situation is you need to, for this part, if we push it down, what will happen is it will have a gap here. So that's the issue that we have if we're gonna do that. So we can do that right now, but we need to change this one. So the way it is cornered, so we need to change it to wall joint, and we need to put next. There we go. So it changed. Now it will be on this side and this side. So now we just need to fix this. You need to select here, or select the wall, attach top base, and select there. So now after that, we just need to push this one down. So now nothing is overlapping there. You have the same situation on this side, but it's not something that we need to worry about. And then here, what we need to do is we need to push it down, and actually we will add a window here. So we're gonna add a window here and window on all of this, and then probably another window on this side but going on this way, and I want a window right here. Also, we could extend one of the windows right here. The reason for that is I just want a consistent look on this. So what we could do is select here, cut geometry, select the wall, and then the curtain wall. So make sure you select the curtain wall. So it's saying it's overlapping, and then fix it. So now it looks like that. And then here we could put in a glass as well, only on this side. And then here we could maximize this as well, but only on this side. I want it to be the whole wall, so I'm gonna undo that and just add a curtain wall on the second floor. CS, and then maybe here as well. I'm pushing it back a little bit because I don't want it to be looking too much like that. There we go. And then cut geometry. And then here we need to fix it a little bit because it's just all over. And this one, I don't like that it's showing there, but good enough for me. Now, knowing that we're going to have a parapet, I'm just setting it up so that it's not too high. not too low. So I'm just aligning it so that everything has a consistent height. And then here we could just add in mullion as well. Base offset around 200. AL, so that it's consistent with the height there. And then here, I think that's good enough. Maybe I'm just going to push this one back to the height that it has before. The reason for that is if we're going to be consistent, let's just consistent on all of them. And then let's just copy this one right here. And then cut geometry. What we can also do instead of here is just cut this. This is already exterior wall. Yeah, why might as well just cut this part. It should be much better. So SL TR and then TR here. Then it's like more open. We don't need to put anything anymore. I think that's much better. And then at the same time, let's add in the roof. So I'm gonna use level 2 so that I could guide it around here, and then we're going to set it up afterwards. So click on roof, edit type, duplicate, and then roof number 1, edit, thickness 200, and then here maybe another gypsum wallboard. I just like the white first, and then we're going to paint it afterwards. So I just want that idea. Here you need to uncheck define slope, and this is important. Make sure it's level 3. You need to pick line and go around again, going with the exterior wall. Go around there, and don't worry about that. Here we need to include this side, and then now we need to clean up, trim and extend here, unjoin, TR again here, trim and extend here, and then here. Connect this one right here, and also on this side. And then click on finish. If you see it, it will be placed on the top. And then here you just need to, don't select anything, but just move your cursor on one of the exterior wall, click on tab, and then select. And then now it's selecting all exterior wall, and what you need to do is create a top offset of 400. So that's how we create the parapet. And we need to trim and extend there. Not sure why it's not connecting. TR. So I'm just going to fix this one a little bit. Trim and extend first. And then here, just connect them. So now it's fixed. Everything is happy. And here, I'm just going to add another material here, usually asphalt shingles. I'm just looking for the asphalt shingles right here, and I'm gonna add it there. So I'm happy with that. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 12 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in the roof, and then we added the curtain wall, so the windows, and then we added all the furniture. Now we're going to continue working on this. What I want to do is to add the balcony on the three rooms that we have, so all of them will have. And also I wanted to add in the roof for this part. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to level 2 first, add in the roof for that. So level 2, or sorry, level 1, and then here we can add in roof number 1, set it to level 2, and then add only for the perimeter right here. After that, we could offset this, so base offset to negative 400, or maybe negative 300 is good enough. So now we could just go to modify, click on paint, and then add the same paint as what we have right here. So we have the roof there, and as you can see, everything is looking good. And then here I want to change the way the wall joint is. So let's go to level 2, and then let's change the wall joint. And then also I want to push this a little bit, and then here, wall joints, select this wall joint, and then go click on next until we have this part. So once we have, we'll be able to extend this one and then add in the appropriate floor that we have, that we need actually. So here I could just add it like that, and I know it's over, so AL, align it from below. So now I know everything is leveled properly. And what we could do next is I want to add, so actually the way I see it now, this one and also this one doesn't look good, but what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add the design that I want. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use architecture, model in place, and then generic model. And then here we need to go to south elevation so that it's facing forward. Click extrusion, pick a plane, and we're gonna choose this plane right here. And then I want to extrude it from here, so around 400 for now, because we will extrude it depending on how we want it. So here I'm gonna use duplicate, and we're going to use gypsum wallboard as a duplicate. And here what I'm gonna do is I'm going to connect this right here all the way here. We could align it there if we want to, and also what we could do is we could just add it for the wall right here. So we could trim this properly and delete all those small lines and trim it like so, and then click on finish, and I want to see how it looks. And we could extrude it as like I said earlier, and we could align it so that everything is aligned properly with the thickness and all. And as you can see, the way it is connected here looks much better. I think I'm going to put back the wall joints that we have here before. I think that's much better in terms of not having the same wall overlapping. So at least we could extend this, and then we could basically add a roof on here and then a roof on top of here. And then nothing is overlapping, I think so. If we put it right here, and then we could extend this a little bit forward. So I'm gonna edit the boundary. So here is just what we're doing is we are setting up a nicer connection. So we're just connecting them properly trim and extend, and join that. Now this one looks much better. And the problem we have is this extension right here. And then I'm going to align it all the way there. And the only problem is this one, this part right here, that is overlapping. So I think the best way is to just create something right here, maybe a small one of this extrusion, so that we could just add a bit right here and not worrying about overlapping. So now what I'm planning to do is to have this model right here, and with that it also is for the balcony. So I think I'm gonna leave it like this for now, and then maybe I could just edit this and then add a little bit of extrusion here, so everything is so I could set it here, make a plane, and then click finish and then align it. So once we're in Twinmotion and we set all the stuff, you won't even notice that there is a box there. It will all fill in and it doesn't look like it's misplaced there. So I'm just checking on how much extrusion should I do here. I think that's good enough. And also I'm gonna add in, so I'm gonna edit this again. I'm gonna add it on this side. So let's go to south elevation. Oh, sorry, north elevation is the other part. And maybe we're going to have it like this on this side. Extrude, pick a plane, and then I'm going to set it here. And then click finish. I want to see how it looks. And for some reason, not everything is doing good because we have something right here. So I'm going to deal with one at a time first. So here, I'm gonna deal with this. So I'm gonna click on finish first. This is just one wall. So click on attach and then detach target. How about this one? Attach base. So these are the ones that I could extend a bit. So let's go to north. Edit. Sorry, not edit this one. This one is 200. Okay, and we need to align it at the top here, and I want to connect it right there. We have the 200, and we need to lower this down. And then we're going to lower that down as well. So now one at a time, we're going to lower it, AL, and then also on this wall. And then we're just gonna leave this one on that side, like that. And I'm thinking of, for this one, not to add anymore, because if we add, we're defeating the purpose of having the pergola. Or an awning there. So we're just going to clean it up a bit. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use something like this again to go to the second floor and then clean it up. Create extrusion, and then just adding certain stuff right here, and then just trimming it. Just a quick way of fixing stuff. And cleaning the gaps. And using a line so that everything is aligned to specific walls. So I'm just going to do this, and then after that, what I'm gonna do is we're going to add the railing. So here it's not showing, but if we change the view range, we can change it to level below, and as you can see, everything is showing. We have it right here. We have even the pergola, and we have the extension right here. Maybe let's put negative 2000. So I change it a bit so that it's not too much. And then here, let's go to architecture, click on railing, and then we choose what we want, and I'm just gonna choose this one. Add it there, click on finish, and then add the railing again. on this side. And then here we could just edit so that this one is connected to the wall. Sometimes kind of confusing, not seeing the model, and then there you go. And then let's fix this so that it's not showing that one. And then let's fix the view range. We don't need it anymore, so negative, click on apply, and there we go. If you don't want this, you have some glass bottom, and then this one as well. So either way, depending on what you want, you can change it a bit. You can also add just glass as well. You can use the same one that we use, which is curtain wall. We might do that instead because that one it looks much cleaner to have. So instead of this, why not? So I'm just gonna leave it that one for now, and the other one as well, and go back here so that we don't need to turn on the underlay, and we can see everything. So I'm just gonna click on wall and then curtain wall. Gonna add it right here, right there, and then right there. And then once we add, we can delete the railing, and then here as well, curtain wall. So we have it already there. And then just delete this, and then we just need to lower it to the proper height. You can align it, so that's good. And then just go back, and we want to make sure that everything is doing like that. Maybe extend it a bit so that it's connected. There we go. And then also on the other side, extend it first, extend it, and then pull it back. Extend it first and then pull it back so that it's connected. So that's looking good. In the next video, we're gonna add emulsions and curtain door. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 13 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add the balconies and then the curtain walls. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is to add the curtain grids so that we could add the mullions, and then I'm going to add the curtain door right here. So I'm gonna add mullion, sorry, not mullion but curtain grids first, and here I want to make it maybe 500 at the top, and then probably I'm gonna make 1000 for the door, and then here probably just in the middle, so 1000 right here, and then like that. And then here I'm just going to put this at 3, and also here as well. Knowing that, I want to align this so that it looks much better aligned. And then here I want sliding there, so I'm going to put it like that. For this one, I want it in the middle, and then here as well, middle. So actually what I have here is a closet, so here we don't need to actually add something like that, only here on this part. So I'm happy with that. We already have mullions there, and then here I'm not gonna add any balcony here, but I'm gonna add on this side, and I want to maintain this one around 800 probably. And then just pull it right there for this one, and then let's put 500 at the top, and then I just want a different look here, so 500 on that side, and then again 500 right here, and 500 at the top and bottom, just to give it some design there. And then once we're done, we can click on mullion, and you'll want to remember to use 50 by 65. Click on all grid lines, and then right here as well, add it here and there. Want to make sure to double check everything is good. So now we need to zoom in here where the door will be placed. You want to delete the one in the bottom, and this one as well. After that, once we delete that, we need to go to insert, load family, and go to doors. And then here we have curtain wall single glass. We need to insert that, and then the technique is to just put your cursor right about there, and then once you do, click on tab, and then once it is highlighting everything, or like just the panel it's highlighting, click on that, and then you need to go to properties and then go to drop down and then you will see the door curtain wall there. Don't worry, the orientation you will be able to change that in the floor plan. So here again, just put your cursor in the middle of the panel that you want to highlight. Click on tab, it will highlight that panel, and then click on that, and then go to drop down under properties. And then let's go back to level 2, and then here we need to push it outwards, and then also on this side, and then flip it around. I want to double check what we're doing, and looks like everything is good. I'm happy with what we have here. So now what we're going to do is to add in a floor right here. So we need to go to ground floor, and we need to add the floor plan right here. So don't worry about this one. This is just the extrusion that we created on the previous video. So we just need to add it around here. So first I'm going to go to floor, and then edit type, duplicate, and then this will be floor number 5. Press OK, and then click on edit, and you want to make sure you change it. I'm gonna choose one of the concrete right here, and let's just choose a random one. Apply, OK, and then press OK. And then here, using pick line, you need to pick the exterior walls, and then after that, TR, trim and extend. And then once you're done, click finish, and we want to double check. So we have I have it right there. Next thing we're gonna do is we're going to add like steps similar to what we did here, but on this side. For the steps here, I'm planning to adjust it a little bit. I'm gonna use extrusion instead because I want it to be editable and I want a different design. So for this one, I want to add some planter here so that we could add some bushes in front of the house. We can also put in a tree if we want to, but I think bushes is good enough. So it will be an extension of the stairs. So that's why I want a stair within an extrusion. So click right here, model in place, and then generic model. Press OK, and then here we need to add an extrusion. We need to set this one, and let's pick a plane, and then let's choose this wall as our extrusion. After that, we need to create something like how tall it is, because we all know that this is 400 as we set up our project. So with that said, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create the steps. From that, I'm gonna pull this one all the way right here, but that step probably I'm gonna create multiple ones. Here I'm going to change this to concrete as well, so that we different, so that we have the capacity of changing. So here, let's add the first one, probably 150 or maybe 1200. 120 actually. It's a good height. Consistent enough. But if we see this. This is, so maybe we could put 130, and then this one, let's make 130 as well, and then this one is 140. 130, 130, and then 1, so 130, 130, and then here is 140. So that's good enough. After that, trim and extend, and then trim and extend right there. You can also do 135 so that we have 135 here and then 130. So that's good enough. It's not something that it will be noticeable. And then click on finish. As you can see, it looks good because we have something that we could play around with. We all know that it's easier than doing the stairs. And then what we can do as well is we could extend this one if we want to. So those are the things that we can do. And then after that, we could create the planter, extrusion, and then we could select this rectangle. I'm gonna set it into our ground floor level, and then we could add this one right here. I want to align it to the wall. And I'm going to extend this all the way right here probably. That's good enough size so that we have some turning radius right here. And then probably an offset of 100 going inside like that. We can even extend it. And then click on finish, and then what we can do again is to add, I believe this is floor number 2. So yes on that, floor number 2. But we're here under model in place, so we could just do an extrusion again and then put it from the inside. I'm just manually adding it right here. And then here we could put grass. Let's put plant. Let's try and using that, and then extrude it. And we could just put it above that. So something different that we could do. So now at the same time, we need to copy this CO, copy it to the corner, and let's add it right here. So what I'm gonna do is instead I'm gonna use, let me figure out this one. I'm gonna delete it first, go to ground floor, copy it from here, CO, remove the constraint, and then move it again to the corner right there. At the same time, it will have that stairs there that we could use. And then maybe we can make it small enough that we can have a small planter, CO. And the good thing about that is this one is very much editable, as you can see. And then let's copy the one inside, copy it, and then we have that something like that. We can extend this now if we want to, and click finish. So now it looks like that. We have enough room, maybe one car and some motorbikes, so those kind of stuff. So we could add those right there, and maybe after this we could put in some here as well, like a flooring again. So we could edit this and add this floor number 2, CS, and then here we're going to go over here for now, and then edit this one, the big one that we have right here. We just need to pick a plane and then go around. There we go. So now what we have is something that looks like this, and we could add in some plants here that could cover our, and then some small plants right here as well to add those. So last thing we do is to add grass around here. So I'm gonna go to ground floor, and I'm planning to add some grass on this side, and then grass on this side as well. So I'm just trying to create the site so that we can start making everything nice. Trim and extend on here. And then what we can do is we can delete this actually. You could just click here. Sorry, I made a mistake, but let me fix this, and then just expand it all the way out so that we could add some vegetation here once we're in Twinmotion. Don't attach. Actually, we need to edit boundary right here, because don't attach on that. We don't need to be attached there because we have some room right here. And then we need some street right here. So we need to add another floor, edit, duplicate, floor number 6. So concrete again. And then let's choose this one. So for now, this is good enough. We have some room to play around and make everything nice. As you can see, we have this one, and we still need to finish a lot of stuff. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 14 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add our curtain grid, and then our curtain doors, and then mullions. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is remove this border wall, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to change this main door. So go to part 1 description. There will be extra family link. It will be the second link from the description, and then you will need to download main door, which is right here. So once you download that, you just need to go to the downloads, and then drag and drop. And then here, as you can see, we'll be able to add the main door. So I'm going to remove this or change this to the main door, which we have right here. Yeah, a little bit big, because this is the one that we want. So you can make it open or you can make it close, and that's depending on what you want. So you can edit that, change all this materials right here, but for now everything looks good. I'm also going to move this door onto the inside. So here I'm going to move this, pick new host, and I'm going to have it going right here, and then flipping it on this one. And then in terms of this one, I just need to edit this or delete this part. And then here, let's go to 3D, and I'm going to move it on the other side. And then we just need to flip it, pick a new host. I'm gonna use this one. There we go. And then we could just flip it. So in terms here, we need to rotate it, and then fix, because we want it to be just small. Click finish, and then you just need to make it to be lower. I'm going to align it. And then here, we might need to rotate it again. I'm probably going to just delete this now. I think it's better to just copy the ones right here. Rotate 180. Make it small enough. and then move it again. MV, remove the constraint, and then move this one onto that. And then we could just nudge it in place. So that's this one. We need to move it up. It needs to be from here because this one is on level 1. So if this one is level 1, actually we don't need this. So that's why I got confused there. So I'm happy with that change. We can leave this one right here. And in terms of this window, I don't want to add this one anymore. Also, I want to move because I want this one to be like because we have a nice stairs here, and I want to showcase that. So if we go to level 1 and then maybe move this one a bit, we could just create a wall going right here. You can go from F5 going to F4 and then going to E4, and then we just need to pick a hose again and move this one along. We can move this part right here so that it's not in our way, and then pick this new hose again onto this side. There we go. And then we could just delete this. And then now what I want to do is delete this and then delete this. I want to move this stairs all the way right here. And then we could align this credenza right here. So I'm happy with that. And then on to our second floor, we just need to remove this, and I want it to be all the way. So we could just remove this and remove this. We could move this all the way here, and then we could maximize this one as well. There we go. So that looks much better. I like it. It will significantly increase or showcase our design here. And then I'm going to edit this part, because I want to create my own later on. And then I want to basically have this part going all around. Maybe I could just leave this one for now, and then also remove this one, because we have this nice one right here. And then for the second floor, we just need to extend the second floor right here, edit, and we just need to move this one all the way here. I want to move this one all the way here so that we could add in a glass right there. So it will be a curtain wall glass, that is connected all the way there, but we need to go to our 3D so that we could decrease the size. So everything is covered. I just want to flip it and move it to the edge. And then maybe I'm going to add one here as well. And then if we check, this one looks good. Everything is covered, so it looks really nice, as you can see. Then instead of a gated one, I want it to be open, so let's leave this one like that. I like the way this one looks and the way everything else. So I'm probably going to have this wall, and so actually I want to delete the mullions instead, and then the grid, and then I want to maximize this. So we could go to the south elevation. So in the south elevation, we could align this one right here. So we have, and then we will maximize this wall. And if you think about that, it looks really good because it's now opened. And then so when you open the door, you will see that you can have this one right here, this, the second floor, and then we have the one for the powder room there. So I think it's a lot nicer in terms of the layout, and we have enough space to go around here. You can we can even have storage here if you want, but the open concept of the stairs is what makes it nicer. I want to extend the top offset to probably 400. Let me see this desired, maybe we can put it 19 to add 2 more. If it's 17, thread starts at number 1. And then there we still have the gap here, so 500. Okay, so 1000. Let me figure this one out. Maybe we need to edit the stairs, because the desired one I'm going to go to So we're gonna leave this one for now, but it's going to be, we're probably going to add another one like this, but so far this one looks good. The only problem is the way this one shows. So yeah, let's just leave it for now. And then what I want to do next is to create the same thing that we have here. So edit and place. But I want it to be on the level 1. I'm gonna create an extrusion from here, covering everything like this. And then I'm gonna finish it for now. And then here, I'm just going to extend this. I want it to be same, to align to this one right here. Okay, and then the thickness of course needs to change. I wanted to do it on the south elevation, so we're gonna do it at least 200, so that's good enough. Maximize this one right here, click finish, go to 3D and to see how this one looks. And then I'm going to change this right here. If you want to see where it is, you just need to go to underlay, and then choose level 1 so that we could see it much better. And then unjoin them and then maximize this. There we go. And then let's see how this one looks. This one looks good right here. So it's all the way around. And then this one's good. We can put in some patio chairs here. And then also, I'm going to edit this a little bit. I wanted to move it up to here, and then I want to extend this one. So this one, it's good enough. And then I'm going to add in another extrusion. Pick a plane. I'm going to select this plane. Make sure you change the material and this one to be 200. Then this one as well. Delete this. I'm going to extend this part all the way here because I want it to be covered as well. And then I'm going to extend this all the way at the top. Want to make sure this is 200 to be consistent. And then click finish. So the only problem that I'm seeing here is I want to have this one as well right there. So the solution is to edit this one, go to south elevation, edit extrusion, and I'm just going to finish here. I'm going to delete this part, click finish, and then here I'm going to copy this. So it's easier to just do that. So now it will look like this, and then we could just extend. So I'm gonna delete this AL, and then do it like that. So we have this nice design like that. And then also let's edit this part of the roof. So we could just delete this, and then trim right here. And then click finish. I'm going to edit this part as well, because I want it to be going all the way. So I'm going to extend this wall right here. So this wall right here needs to be edited. So we're going to put a split here. And then I'm going to move this one. So the only problem this one is I'm going to create a split gap here. But let's just do that on the next video. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 15 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to do these designs. Now we're gonna continue working on this. I want to increase this part right here. So we need to go to level 2. And I need to create a split width gap, which is right here. So we have this one right here. We need to pull it up like so. and then here I want to fix this one. So trim and extend, and then for here I want the underlay to be none. So I'm rather do the one without gap and try to just move it, because I want this to be separate. So I think that's good enough. And then let's clean up this boundary right here. I'm just going to put it in the middle of that wall. We could attach it from the top so that this one is not showing, and then we could pull this one up as well. Align it AL, and the issue now is we have a gap. And I just want to maximize this, so that's good enough right there. And go back onto level 2, and here I want to change the wall joint. So we need to go next, and then that one is the one that I want. So it's higher on this part. So now what I want to do as well is to make this taller. We will need to edit this part right here, and then this wall probably we will also increase. So I'm gonna select this one, and then top offset 1200, and then go to level 2, select this wall right here, and then top offset to be 1200, and then this one as well. Or we could just add another wall so that we don't disrupt that wall right there. There we go. So we need to detach that so that this one appears, and then we just need to add another wall similar to this to go from the top right here. And then obviously we need to change the base constraint of those. So level 3, and then AL, align it, and then there we go. And then we need to go to level 2 again and then cut this part right here. I'm going to change this to exterior wall, and then here let's split element this. So now we have top offset to be 1200 instead. There we go. So now everything looks good, and then we need to edit the roof. So we need to select pick line and then trim this part right here. There we go. And as you can see, we have made this one bigger because of what we're going to do. And then we just need to have this one CS and then go to level 2, but we're going to put it on level 3. But we just need the guidance of level 2 so that we can do it properly. So level 3, and then base offset, so we could do it at, I think, 600 or more. I'm going to actually align it at the top right here, so that looks good right there. And then we're going to create a box around here. I'm going to edit this in place right here, and then I'm going to select this 3 to change this color. So I'm going to use another, or I'm just going to duplicate this. I want this to be number 4 instead of number 3 because I'm probably going to add gray here, and then I'm going to maybe make it this bigger to look nice. Something like this. This one I'm not gonna change at all. Then click finish on that. So we have this one right here. It is different. Then let's go to level 2 and just going to cut geometry here, because for some reason it got deleted there. So we just need to do that, cut geometry, and then I'm going to make this one gray going around, a little bit thicker than the rest, and then obviously here as well. So I'm going to go south elevation. I'm going to edit this, edit in place. I'm gonna set or pick the plane, which is this one right here, and I'm going to add an extrusion, and then I'm gonna use the gypsum wallboard 3 because I just want it white. 200, 200 there, and then 200 all the way here. just going to align it. And then trim and extend. And then click finish on that. So this one is just white, so I'm just gonna leave that one as white, and then we have this one like that. Maybe I'm going to just align it from here. This one is a little bit thicker, and then I'm going to maximize this all the way to the top, and then just add more curtain grids and then mullion. So I just want to know so 935, 935. So I'm gonna go and add 935. And maybe another 935 here. Or I'm just going to delete this and then just add properly so that everything is equal. 1/3 each. There we go. And then add mullion, and then just add it individually because we already have the perimeter of that. And then I'm going to add here as well. So curtain grid, maybe just 3 of them to be consistent, because this is around 600. And then individually, so that looks good. Of course it looks different now, but that's much better. So now I just want to extend this. So let's go to ground floor, and then I'm going to edit this floor. Let's edit this floor first. I'm going to just estimate it. So it's around 7,500 from this wall. And then edit this one. And then let's just extend this one all the way right here. And this one for sure. Extend this, and then this border wall as well. And this one, go to level 1 so that we could see it. And then we just need to extend this one. I'm gonna go align and then all the way there. So now we just extended this. I want to add a patch of grass here. So if we go to ground floor and then edit this, let's just add this walkway right here and then a patch of grass here. And then go finish, and then copy this and then add And then we want to add grass on the other side as well. So it's might as well let's just add here. So align it right here, and then you could maximize this because we're just going to add trees here for reflection. So click on finish, and we have something like that now. So that is looking good. And then of course we're going to add a house on each side so that everything looks good when we're rendering. And then we're going to add sidewalk as well, and then trees all around. For this one, I just want to add this. So we have gypsum wallboard, and then use rendering appearance. I want it to be colored instead of white. I want it gray so that we could visualize the way it will look. It's actually other way around, but once we're in Twinmotion, we'll be able to properly add this background right here. And then we're going to add lights as well. So something that we're going to add lights here. So even though this one, we're going to add a void extrusion, and then set, pick a plane, if not, actually instead of this one, I'm just going to edit that, and we're going to void sweep instead so that we could pick the path so it's easier. Click finish, and then edit profile, and we could just add something like this right here. So 15, 20, and then from the top I want to know so 20, 15, 20, 15, that's good enough. 15, 15. So we're gonna do that. Cut geometry, and then we're gonna do that again. Void sweep, pick path right there, edit profile, and then you can put 20, 15, 15 until you create this one. Finish, cut geometry, and then lastly this one as well. Void sweep, pick path, pick this one instead. Profile, 20 here, 15. So this one, cut geometry, and then before we leave we could add, so finish that, edit profile again, and then we could use paint, luminance. So we don't have it yet, so we could just add it once we're adding all the lights, because it will appear once it's there. So at least we have added the notch there, and then we could make it light up. Before that, I want to edit this one, because I just want to edit the path. Edit sweep, pick path, and then select this path as well. And we want to make this one all the way, and then cut geometry. So as you can see, it looks nicer going around there. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 16 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we extended the driveway, and then we added a front lawn, and we created this extrusions right here. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is add in a paint here so that we could set up later in Twinmotion. So I'm gonna use something that we haven't used yet. So I'm gonna use brick for now, and then just add brick onto this wall right here. So once that's done, I'm going to add something right here as well, because I want to change this color as well. And then here I want to highlight this part right here. I know I'm just going to double check that this is actually the number 4 wall gypsum wall board, because I want this one to be different. I'm gonna put this one as gray. And also what I'm gonna do now is create a model text right about here. I want to put the number here, so the house number, or even right here is good enough. So I'm gonna put this one right here. So you need to go to architecture, click on model, and then model text, and then you need to set it, and then we could pick a plane, and then let's select this plane right here, and then click it again, model text, and we could just go to our south elevation so that we could rotate it properly. Let's type in 90 and then put right about here. And then of course we need to duplicate this house number, and we could then change the size. Of course we wanted to make it big, so maybe 300, half of that size right there, so that's good enough. And then now let's change the model text. We're gonna put 60, and then change the material. So I'm going to put a metal material right here, so that means that's used already, so I'm gonna choose another one. And then here I'm going to put this one to 30. And then we could go to 3D to check it out. So it looks good. We have the number right there, and we have changed this wall color, and then maybe we could change the wall color or the ceiling color for this one. So in this part, if you see, there are two different walls right here. This is just a floor, and then this is the extrusion part. For the extrusion part, you need to select edit in place in order for you to insert the paint. Okay, so that's a big difference right there. So I'm gonna use the bronze, and then done, finish. And then now for the regular floor, you will need to just go to modify and then click paint. So there's a big difference adding those in. So in that sense, we could let's click done, and I believe that's good enough right there. We'll be able to select that, and I'm just going to double check. Maybe I need to select this part. Looks like it's not. I think it's more than enough. And we could add in a wood material right about there. So here, regular wall, just go to modify, and then we need to pick in, just checking, this one is brick, and then this one is brick coarse. No, maybe brick common. Yeah, let's put brick common here so that we could change the wall type here. And then let's leave this one white, and this will be gray, so it will be significant. So that looks good right there. And then I want to continue adding the sidewalk right here. So what I want to do next is to go to ground floor, and then we need to, you could add in a model in place so that it's easier for us to set everything. So let's go generic model, and then add in an extrusion. This one, let's put it at 150, and then a different material, concrete. Let's add in, I want to do a different material. So it looks like we have used some of them already, so don't worry, there's a lot there. So here, let me just edit again. I want to make sure that this is just 2000, which is the standard, and then this one as well, copy, and then add it on the other side. And then as you can see here, we can, what we can do is just edit this one again, and we could just go and pull this one out like so, and then on the other side as well, copy it, and then add it on that, and then click on fillet arc, and then let's fillet this one. 1500. And then 1500 as well. So with that, we have something like this. But we're not yet done. We need to at least give it some nicer look, because it's gonna be too much like this one. I'm gonna change this one to 100, and then we could click on sweep and then pick path, and then you need to pick a path like so, and then after that click finish, edit profile, and then you need to copy the way I do it, and which is create a rectangle all the way down, that's 100 for sure. And then in terms of this one, it's supposed to be, make it at least, yeah, 30. That's good enough. And then just fillet arc it at the top, and let's make it 20. So 130 depth and then 20 arc, so it's easy to remember. And then click finish, and then change it to the same concrete. I think this one is concrete. Let's add a different concrete for this. So precast, and then let's duplicate selected material. So we have concrete right there. We're gonna do it on the other side as well. Create, sweep, not sweep blend, but just sweep. And then pick path. Usually you could choose the 3D part of, and then edit profile, and then this will be 100 by 30, and then click on fillet arc, and this will be 20. And then click finish, and then finish. You want to make sure that this is the proper concrete material, and then precast number 1, because we just created that double. And then here, just one more for the sweep. Pick path, and then choose obviously this path. Click finish, edit profile, look for this and then go 100 by 30, fillet arc, and then that's 20 for the arc, and then click finish, finish, and then finish. And for some reason this one didn't show, so let me double check that. Pick path again, and then fillet arc, and then let's not forget this one, maybe because finish, finish, and then finish. So there we go. Everything looks good. And then next thing we're gonna do is add lights. So you just need to go to part 1 description, and then there will be a second link there, and you just need to click and you'll go to the extra families, all extra families, and download both of this spotlight face base. One is circle and one is square. So download both of them. You can choose whatever you want to put, and then after that you just need to drag and drop. So for me, I'm gonna choose the square base, and I'm just going to add it here. It's a face base family, so you just need to click it in the face and it can go to anywhere. Of course, we're gonna put it in the ceiling, so we're just gonna stick to adding it right here. I'm gonna add something here as well, and then here at the bottom here. So usually once you add it, you're good to go. So once we add it there, we could go to second floor, and then you could go to ceiling plan actually. So we have here, this is below onto this. So ceiling plan, it's right here. We're going to add some lights running right here. And then copy. And then let's just put it at 1000. And then here we're going to estimate it in the middle, and then 1000 each. So copy it and then click on multiple so that we could just keep on typing 1000. Oops. And then I'm just going to put it somewhere here. And then let's go to level 3. And we could go underlay level 2. I'm gonna put level 3 underlay there, and then I'm just going to move this in the middle, so estimate it in the middle. Then I created 4. Let's try and align this. I want to make sure that everything is aligned. And then select each and every one and then put it in the middle. Just estimate it. And then here I want to see the one, so we finish here and we finish right here. I want to see somewhere down, so level 1, and then we have added right here. So I added 1 here in the extrusion and then 1 in the regular floor. So it's still able to move, so we don't need to worry. We could just delete this now. I was just double checking that everything will line up properly. So here I'm gonna copy this 1000, and then copy this now. And then there we go. And then I'm going to select everything and then just nudge it in place. Good enough spacing. That looks good there. I also want to add a light going down from here. And then of course, if you want to add it, we're going to add some lights going here. That's because, so I'm just gonna hide it for now, hide element from now, and then I'm going to select this one and then add in the ceiling here, because this will be I'm gonna put curtains here, but here I'm not gonna put anything, so I want to add something there. So now we could unhide this wall right here that we hidden, and then unhide element. So now we just need to go to level 3 and basically just add it. I'm gonna see if I could just copy this part right here. I'm sure it's possible, but we need to double check. I want to make sure that this is not hanging, so that's why. So I'm gonna go right here, and then maybe I'll just copy this instead, because I'm sure that this is all leveled, instead of using this part, this one right here. So now it's easier for me to just move this one near here and then copy all the way to the end, and then in between I'm gonna select this part right here. I'm gonna put it 2000 because we're going to put some chandeliers here. So I'm just going to estimate this one right here. I want it to be equal, so, and then we're gonna put a chandelier there once we're in Twinmotion. And then here we're going to just put in some curtain right here, so it's going to look nice. And then here, like I said, I'm gonna go to south elevation and I want to add something right here. So I'm going to model in place, generic model, and then I'm going to just create an extrusion, pick a plane, and I'm gonna select this plane. It's going to be really small, but it will give it some character. This will be 5, and then I'm going to add all the way here, going up again, and then this will be 5 again, and then we're gonna connect them, fillet, and then remove the excess. And then here I want to put in 5 as well, extrusion, and then for the material we need to luminance, white glass luminance, press OK, and then OK, finish, and then 3D. And then once we're in Twinmotion, it will light up, because we're going to do the same thing here. We're just going to paint and then luminance. In the previous video, we didn't able to add the back part as luminance because it's not in the system yet. So now we put it in the system, it's activated right here. So at the moment it looks like it's being transparent, but once we're in Twinmotion, this will light because this is the same materials that I put for other lighting. So we're gonna click finish and everything is looking good. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 17 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the sidewalk, and then we added the materials right here, and we added some lights. So now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do first, just to edit, is to extend this part right here. I'm just gonna edit extrusion and then move this one all the way right here. And then after that, it will all follow along. And then click finish after that. So now everything looks much better right here. And then what I want to do on this side is to add, or both sides is to add like just a regular house, just because we wanted to show that there's like neighbors and not just like trees around. So it look more populated like that. So I'm gonna use one of the walls right here, maybe the exterior wall here, exterior wall number 1, and then I'm just going to add a house like this right here, and then maybe another one here, or maybe I'm going to put this one on the other side instead. Actually, I'm just going to extend this part right here, so it's a lot easier. And then it's all about just adding the roof. So I'm gonna click on roof. It will be on the 2nd floor, level 2. And for this one, I'll define slope and then choose this one right here. And then trim and extend, and then trim and extend here as well. So we have the roof right here, so that looks good. Maybe I'm going to add in materials there for sure. And then here I'm going to add another roof, same thing. It will be on level 2, and I'm going to define slope on this side and then uncheck this. So I believe this is gable roof. And then in order for you to move this one up, attach it right there, and then select this one, attach top base. There we go. So now it's looking good. We could change all of this, edit, duplicate, and then we could add in a different material. Let's put in maybe bricks. Masonry, I'm going to put in gray, and then press OK on that. And then this one as well. Edit, duplicate, edit this material, or just choose one of right here as well, and then we could just apply that. And then in terms of roof, we could just paint maybe shingles for one. I'm just going to add maybe this one right here, just changing it a bit so that we could apply different materials from Twinmotion. And then maybe this one right here to change it up. And then I'm going to have a border wall as well. So I'm gonna put CS and right about here. And then for this too, edit, duplicate exterior wall, and then change it. You can just duplicate it. And then we could put hedges here as well, or anything that you want to add. We can add in another wall right here. Of course, we could just change different walls, and then I'm gonna edit the height. So I'm gonna duplicate here, and then maybe masonry unit, duplicate that, apply, OK, and then OK. And then in 3D we can change it up. So I'm gonna make this a little bit high, because different owners can put different heights. And then this one as well, we could go higher. And of course I want to add in some windows that we have here that they are pre-loaded already. And I just want to add them like that, and then at least align them all together. So that's good right there. And then maybe another window. Maybe a fixed window there. There we go. And then here as well, different window. Just changing it up. We're just adding some realism, so it's not just a empty block right there. And then we could add indoors. Anything like this one, and then we could just add here. So at least everything looks good. Of course, it's not something that we're gonna be able to see, so we're going to just add boundary walls as well here. Same on this side as well. So even though it's high, that's fine. And then this one is higher as well. So that looks good. I'm happy with the way this one looks. Maybe this, we're going to lower it a bit. And then just align this one right here. I think that's good enough right there. So similar to this, I want to add the same thing. So I want to add the same thing here. So I'm gonna edit and go to south elevation. And then actually I'm going to edit this first. I want it to be 10 instead. And then let's do the same thing. So let's finish this first and then create an extrusion again. Pick a plane. You need to do this so that you will be able to set where it will be put. So now I want to put this one from here all the way down until here. So usually what I do is I create rectangles first, and then once you do, change the thickness afterwards. So we set 10 now, and then here 10 as well, and then 10 right here. You always have to click where you want it to be moved. So that's why I keep on selecting this so that it will move depending on what I set my distance. So once we do that, TR, trim and extend, and then trim and extend here. And then the error is indicating that we have those small ones still here. That's why we need to delete and select finish, and then finish again. So now this will light up as well, all the way right here. We also need to add something here at the back. We have this that we need to add. It's not letting us add it, so there we go. I'm just going to add it there, and I think we're good. So go to level 2 or level 1. Add it in the middle, copy, and then just keep on typing 1000. And then you need to move it along. And then we need to go to manage, because we want to create a starting view. So before that, let's go to ground floor again, and then go right here and then click on camera. So go to drop down of the 3D view and then camera, and then we need to take an image, and then this image is the one that we're gonna use as a starting view, and then a rendering image later on. So here I'm going to set this one as realistic. As you can see, it looks good like that, and then this will be my starting view. So to create that, go to manage, click on starting view. This is named 3D view 1, so we need to search for that, and usually it's the first one right here. Click on OK, and then every time you open this project, this will be your starting view right here. So that's something that you can do as well. And then go back to 3D, and then let's see if this is leveled. So that's good. I want to maximize the height right here, and then all the way at the end right there. And because of that, it looks much better. And maybe I could maximize it here, but I don't want that because it might look funny. So I'm just maximizing the windows like that. Here I still want to create some gap here, so that's why I left it like this. But as you can see, this one is a lot bigger than this part right here, the spacing, so I'm gonna move it a little bit. I'm just eyeballing it, so you can do the same, or you could use this to be exact, so the dimensions. So that looks good right there, but we need to align this one as well. So align this with this, and then this is all equal leveled. I'm thinking of just pulling this down, but I want to see how it looks first. I think this is good enough right here. I'm happy with the way this one looks, so that's good enough for me. And then maybe I could just create an awning here, or just this part right here. This one is gypsum moldboard 3. I think this is good enough right here, just having it plain like that, because without distraction. I like this one, and then having a chandelier and then lights coming out here is amazing. So that's why what we did is this one right here. And then I would like to edit this part right here. So the problem that we have here is the base level 1 and then level 2, but for some reason it looks like this one right here. So I think the issue is having to do with extending this part. So we're gonna get one from here, but that's fine, and then it will at least good enough for that. Okay, so that looks good right there. And then obviously we're gonna add some trees once we're in Twinmotion, and then grass as well, because that looks much better. So in the coming video, what we're gonna do is we're gonna create some sheets, and then we're gonna add all these views on that sheet. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 18 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finalize our model. Now we're gonna create our sheets. So we created a 3D view camera, and then this will be used for rendering this one. But before that, let's go to sheets, and then select, and then right click, and then click on new sheet. So to create a different sheet title block, you'll be able to load it by clicking on load and going to title blocks. And as you can see, we have different kinds of sheet sizes, but in this sample, I'm gonna create it at A0 metric title block. So I'm gonna press OK, and we have our first sheet right here. I'm gonna name this one as ACD, which is Archcore Design, and then project name, I'm just gonna put house for now. And then this is the one that we need to change in each other sheets. So for this one, this will be our cover sheet. We can put this one at A100 for our cover sheet, and then we need to create 4 more. So click on new sheet, and then click on A0. So Revit will recognize the sequencing, and as you can see, it put it at A101. So let's create more sheets. and then last one. So to change each and every one of them, you could go to each of the sheets and then select here, and then you'll be able to put first floor. There's another method is to go right here onto your project browser, and then you could just click, and then you'll be able to put in the second floor here. So you don't need to keep on double clicking here and then going right here. It's all editable on this project browser. And then we're gonna have 2 elevation. And then press OK on that. So in a cover sheet, I'm going to render this 3D view, and then we're gonna have a drawing list. So if you go to 3D view again, let's go to, I believe this one is in massing and site or view, and then click on render. We're gonna render it at the smallest settings, which is draft. We have different ones like medium, high, best, and custom, and all of this will depend on how long it will render. Of course, the draft is the basic, and it will render in seconds, but on the best side and custom, it will take even minutes or longer or hours for that. So I'm just gonna leave it as draft, and then leave the scheme to exterior sun only, and then few clouds, and then you just need to click on render. So like I said, this is the smallest settings that we did, and it will render in seconds. And as you can see, it's done. So here we have our rendering, and as you can see, it looks dark. So we'll be able to adjust the image by clicking on adjust exposure, and here we could brighten this one, and we'll be able to play around with all of this exposure controls. You can make it for the shadows to be darker, and then dash saturation, and then white point. And then once you're done, you can click apply, and as you can see, there's a big change in the way it looks. You'll be able to save it to your project. So once we save this, our rendering line will come up here, which is like this one, and you'll be able to export this to JPEG as well if you want, and even PNG and other file formats. So let's close this off, and then in cover sheet, we'll be able to drag and drop the rendering that we created. And of course, I don't want the title, so just click on no title right there, and we'll be able to double click, and then we can enlarge this part right here, and then let's nudge it in place. So using your keyboard arrow key, you'll be able to place it to the correct or to the likings that you want. Let's double click here. I'm probably going to make it a little bit smaller so that we have space for our drawing list right here. So for our drawing list, you need to go to our schedule, right click, and then look for new sheet list. And then here we're going to add sheet number first, and then I want sheet name afterwards. And then we could go right here on formatting or appearance. I don't want the black row, so if we just press OK on this, it will create it, and as you can see there's a black row there. So we need to format this one again. Go to appearance and then uncheck this so that this one will disappear. Let's edit the appearance again, and I want to make this one bigger for the title sheet or title text. I'm gonna go 5 on the header and then around 4 for the body text. And then here we can put in drawing list. And then after that, go back to cover sheet, and then you could just drag and drop your drawing list. And then here you'll be able to extend this one and make it nice. And then I'm just going to make this one a little bit smaller because it's just too much of the space. I'm just trying to edit this part right here because for some reason it's not behaving. Okay, I'm trying to double click it. Usually it will edit, so yeah, it edited already. And then you can maximize this spacing right here, and as you can see it will be automatic if you change anything right here, spelling or whatever, even numbering, it will be automatic. If you added one another sheet, it will recognize it and it will add as well. So you don't need to worry about adding more information here. It will be automatic because everything is connected already. So if we go to first floor and then go right here under floor plan, I'm just gonna close those off first. If you go to level 1, as you can see, we have too much information here. And then if we go to first floor and try to drag it, it's too small. So what we need to do is we're just gonna undo that, go to level 1 and then change the scale right here. I believe if we change it to 1:50, and then we could just double check. This one looks nicer. So I'm going to crop this one. So let's go to level 1. It's 1:50 already. Go to extend, check all of this, and then here we'll be able to grab this one and then this one as well, so that we could just crop all of this and show only on this part. So if we go right here, as you can see, we have everything like that. Of course, we're gonna crop it more because we don't have enough space on the drawing or the sheet. And if you crop it a little bit more, as you can see, the grid lines and grid bubbles don't disappear. It will follow along. So that's the good part, the good thing about cropping in Revit. It will follow along and everything will be shown still. So here I'm going to press escape, drag it here, and then you need to press escape again, click on the view in order for this one to appear, and then you'll be able to drag the title line. But as you can see, we have level 1 here as name for this, but I want to make this one same as first floor, but I don't want to change it here because it will change everything. I want the look of this level 1, 2, and 3 right here. So to do this without changing the name on the floor plan, you can click on title sheet and then go first floor, and then in that cell click apply. So first floor, and then click on the space and then click apply. And in that sense, you don't need to change this one. You only change the title on the sheet. So let's go to level 2 and do the same thing. So we're gonna crop this first, and then here scale it to 1:50, and then let's crop it now, similar to what we did to the first floor. We already change, and then here this looks good. We could change it to hidden line, and then click on find. I want to do that here as well. Click on find and then hidden line. So that looks good right there. Crop it a little bit more so that we don't see anything like that. We could just leave this one and then go back to second floor sheet and then drag and drop level 2. And then similar to this, select this view and then change this to second floor, and then click on the right side of space and then click apply. Or else if you just go apply, it will disappear, similar to what happened earlier. Press escape, select the view, and then drag this title line. And then if we go to elevations now, let's see how this one looks. I know this is too small and just boring, so what we can do is we could go to elevation first. So east, let's crop this, let's increase the scale 1:50, click find. This one, let's put this one as shaded or consistent color. Maybe realistic is good as well, but each one of this, I'm gonna put hidden first and then crop this one to our liking. And then similar to grid lines, the levels do the same thing as well. So if you crop it, it will follow along and it will still be clear enough. And then here, what you can do is click right here, graphic display, and then click on background, gradient, and then cast shadow, ambient shadow, and then click apply. And with that, it made a big difference on how it looks. You can even change this one if you want, maybe 1, and then it will look like it's being drawn, but I'm not gonna do that. This one looks good enough. So let's do all of them. So 1:50, click on crop, move them all close enough, and then make sure it's fine, hidden, and then graphic display, go to background gradient and click apply, and that looks good right there. Let's add this one first. So east elevation first, and then north elevation afterwards. And then let's go to south. Let's do the same thing. 1:50. Find hidden. Go to graphic display option, and then select background gradient. Click apply, and then crop it. Go to extend. Select this one, and then drag it until the location that you want. And then go to west. 1:50. Find hidden graphic display. Go to gradient, apply. Check all of this, and then crop it. And then go to level, elevation sheet, drag and drop south, and then west. And then you can save, and then now we're gonna print it. So click on print. We're just going to print it at PDF. We're gonna select a view, and you want to make sure to combine them, or else if you just leave it at create separate, it will create individual PDF. So you want to make sure that you want to combine them. Select, and then uncheck view, and then here check all. And one of the important part here is you can save different kinds of preset. Like for example, you want a 100 and then 104, you can create a preset of that. So for me, I have this one. I'm gonna put it full set. And then if you want, for example, you have a different one. So for example, this is a change number. So save as CN1, change number 1. So now you don't need to worry about anything else. You can just go full set, everything is checked, and then CN1, only the sheets that you want is checked. So you can create all of this, so it will make your life easy. For now, we're gonna click on full set, and then press OK, and then we want it to be in the desktop, and then press OK. File name, just put it house. Usually it's fast, so it's done already, and we have something that looks like this. So this is our rendering with our drawing list. Second page is, we have this one, our first floor, and then we have our second floor right here. We have our 2 elevation, east and north, and then south and west. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 19 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finalize our model, and then we created sheets, and as you can see, we have our cover sheet and then all of the other sheets that we created. So now we're ready to send it to Twinmotion So what you need to do first is you want to make sure that you're in Fine, and then you need to save it. And then here we're gonna save or export this to datasmith file. So I'm gonna save this and then save it to the location that I want. So I'm gonna use this. It will just be house 3D, or you can rename it if you want to. So once saved, I'm gonna click on Twinmotion, so that this is just to open my latest Twinmotion project. Or you can just double click Twinmotion, whatever you have. So I am opening the 2024 version, education version. I know we have the 2023, and then I know we have 2024 now. So if you have the latest, you can also use that. So it really depends on you. So now I'm gonna close this, and then let's import. So I'm gonna click here and then open, and then go to the folder that I saved. So I'm gonna save it, locate this one right here inside my Revit file, and then click on open, and then import. And then we have our model right here. What we can do as well is to delete the starting base. The landscape is good, and then here everything is good. So right here on your file, you need to sign in. So sign in your account. And then once you're signed in, save it. So I'm gonna save it to Twinmotion file, and I'm gonna use house. And then after that, let's go to materials. So one of the reasons why you need to sign in as well is so that you'll be able to access HDRI, Sketchfab, and Megascan components. So now what we'll do is click on material, and then let's set up the glass. So I'm gonna select this, and then I'm gonna choose clear glass, and then let's do the tint, and then the opacity. Usually I like it a little bit dark, but at the same time it's still showing. So here I'm gonna put it at 75, and this one maybe 1. And then depending on how we render, this will look much better afterwards. So now I'm going to add in my HDRI environment. I'm gonna choose outdoor, and then you'll be able to add all of this. So click on ambience, and then go to HDRI and environment, and then enable it. So we have the sky dome at the moment, and then click on backdrop HDRI. So what we have here is approaching storm for the backdrop, and we can do sunset fairway and see how it looks. And then let's try shady patch as well, depending on how it looks. So this one looks good. I like that this is a little bit dark, and then you can change the rotation and then maybe the intensity. So here you can set it as darker or a little bit light, and then there's more here, details, the height, offset, and then the size. So I'm gonna increase the size so that we have more room to work with, something like that. And then the good thing about it is still bouncing out the reflection. And then we need to go to camera, and then this is very important that, so go to ambient, very important that you check this parallelism, so that every time that we have, it's always parallel to everything. So that's very important right there. And then let's change, I'm gonna change the height offset. I don't want to show the bottom. And then projection, maybe the background offset a little bit. And then for the weather, something like this for the weather. So it's still the exposure, we can intense it, but because we have light later on, this will look nicer. So we don't really need to add too much exposure for now. And then we need to set our materials first. So what I like to do is to do the concrete, so man-made, and then the asphalt right here, concrete road. I'm going to scale it up. Okay, that's good. And then I want this cobblestone for this, and then scale it. And then here I'm just gonna put in concrete and then scale it a bit. And then of course we're going to add all the trees and everything. Let's add all the materials first, and then here I want the wood material. I like this one right here for the wood material, and then scale it. And then here as well. I want the veneer ones. So I want the veneer ones right here at the top, and then scale it. Scale it a bit. And then here we need to add materials for this. I'm gonna put brushed aluminum, and then the color to be dark, and then I'm gonna put a neon for this, neon 1, so that everything is looking good right there. And then here I'm gonna use pick line or pick material, and we need to increase the metalness and then the color. There we go. So as you can see, it's bouncing, and then this one as well. That looks good right there. And even the lights here are neons now, and then it looks good. And then here I want this, so for some reason the one that I set here is the same thing as here, so I don't want that. I want this one to be just regular, and this one to be wood. So I want to change it. So for some reason I added this one like this. So I'm going to edit, and I'm gonna put in gypsum wallboard. I'm going to duplicate this to number 5 so that it's different again. Save this, and then save it, export again on this. And then for us, let's save this first, and then there we go. So now this one maintains as wood material, and this one is good right there. And then here maybe another wood material for the door. So the door looks good with the wood material. And then here I want stone material for this, so I'm gonna do a gray stone right here, and then scale it up. So that looks good right there. I'm going to increase maybe I'm going to do the metalness instead, so that it looks shiny, so like that. And then for here, another stone material, so I'm going to use this stone, and then here as well, and then scale it. But for some reason it's not that good, so I'm gonna change it to my favorite one. And then for this one, looks like it's same as this one, so I'm gonna undo that and then change it a bit. So actually here it looks good. Yeah, stone here, and then stone here as well. So actually I like that. I like this part right here. So I'm just gonna leave it like that, and then here we could just increase the scaling here. There we go. Here I'm just gonna leave it like this, and then for this one, change it up. Something like that. And then of course the roof material, and then scale it up a bit. Those gray bricks, and then this one, I'm gonna choose this one for them. So that's good right here. And then we have, I'm gonna make this one gray. So wall covering, satin paint. I'm gonna do matte paint right here, and then I'm gonna change this color right here to grayish. So white and then gray effect. And then here I'm gonna copy this. Okay. And then we could just use this one. Actually, I want to exchange this one from here. So probably going to choose a different one here, maybe concrete. Yeah, I'll do concrete here instead. Want a concrete there, and then here maybe wood material. Or we could just make this one consistent. Yeah, let's just make this one consistent so that it's not overpowering and everything is clean. So we have gray, white, and then we have wood and stone materials there. And then let's add in some cars. And then an SUV or a pickup truck. So that looks good there. And then click on tab to change it and move it a little bit like that. Then we can put in some trees here. So for the trees, we can add the trees at the moment right here. Something that is not overpowering on the scene, and then we're gonna age it a little bit so that it's a bit high. So we have image here, we have image here like this, and we could just move it a little bit, something like that. And then image on the right side. Something like this. And then here on the other side, something like this, or we could add this one right here. Something like this is good as well. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 20 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add all the materials, and then we did add some trees just to check it out, the way it looks and the way it feels. So now I'm probably going to change this to something big as well. So let's go to the trees, and then let's use one of this one as well. Or let's do the same thing. This is canary as well, so let's use this and then push it a little bit going inside. And then we'll change the age a little bit, something like this. I'm fine with this. Summertime, autumn, of course this is just what it looks like every year. So now we have this one right there. What I want to do is select floor number 2s. I think this one is floor number 2 as well, because we want to isolate them. So right click, isolate on, and we need to add grass. So we need to go to populate, and then foliage, and then paint. We're going to paint, or we're just going to do scatter. We're going to use this grass and then this grass, both of them. And then we just need to click and it will populate the area. then we have some right here as well. And then we need to add here as well. Okay, and then after this, press escape, and then you can select this and then right click and then isolate often. So now we have our grass added here, and then of course we need to add more vegetation. So we're going to add a little bit more of the trees. I'm going to add probably, this one's too big, a small one in here in front, different sizes. We can change it up a bit, so at least it's small, but it looks good, especially in the front. And then you can add something like this one here. That's good enough there, only for background. And then I'm going to add some canary here, and then king palm here. For background. And then at least we have the background that there's some at the back. And then here we could just add. This is for the reflection. Let's type in 5 so that we can speed up. And then we need to change. I'm gonna go into my user library. I think I have, so I'll probably look for it, but I believe I have some curtains. And then for lights, let's begin adding the spotlight. I'm gonna add the spotlight here in the inside, so that because I'm not going to put some curtain here. I want this one to be visible, especially with the stairs and everything. It looks nicer. And then this one, the intensity, I'm going to change this to 10. And then I want the color to be yellowish orange. And then click on tab to change the widget, and then we're going to put in every 1000 or 1 meter 3 more. So we have that one there, and then we're gonna copy that, and then we're going to add it on the other side. And then after that, we're going to add the ones on the side here. So that's good right there. I'm gonna copy this and I'm going to add here and then right here as well. And then copy this, select this one, and then hold on shift to copy, and then add here as well. So that's done there. I'm going to add some here as well. I want to see that this is perfect. So 1 and then number 3 here to add 3 there. And I want to grab one of this and then copy it and then move it onto this side. It just takes time to add all the lights, but this one looks good. And then probably 6. So it's too much, so we can just delete this and then click on one of them to copy again by holding shift, and then we're going to put it on this side and then holding on shift, 1 meter, 1, and then holding here and then copying here. There we go. And then I'm gonna click on one of them and then copy it down. It's easier to do that anyway, rather than adding another one and then it just takes time. So I'm gonna add here and then here on the other side. I think we could put 3 more. And then I want to make sure to copy everything so that we could just quickly add the rest. So every 1 meter, 2 more rows. So now everything looks good right there. I'm going to move the car a little bit at the ends here, and this one as well. So we have some space especially for the walkway. And I'm going to change this color to maybe gold, and this one to black, so it looks nice. And then let's add in some home objects right here. And then if you can see here, this one lights because of the lighting fixtures automatically becomes luminaires for Revit when you're adding. So I'm just selecting all of this because we could change the temperature. So the intensity, I'm going to make this one around probably 20, and then the temperature, I'm going to change it so it looks realistic like that. And then here at home, we could go and add some backyard tables and chairs that we could download. So patio chairs. I'm probably going to add something here. Accessory sofa. Something small. And then we're going to add this one right here. Maybe a little bit smaller. I'm just gonna add something that is let's try and adding this one. Yeah, some chairs here for relaxation, and then I'm going to add in some objects here. Then plants. I'm going to add it here to make it look nice. So just by adding that, as you can see, that looks really good. Having it there. And here we forgot to add some vegetation, so we can just populate it, scatter. The only problem with this one is it's so random that it just doesn't go the way you like it. So sometimes you use paint instead to change. You'll be able to change the diameter, and you can manually just add this. And then we could just put in something here. Density, of course, we need to maximize this. And then let's add in something here. Something nicer. Just gonna choose this instead. Alright, so that's good right there. I just want it to be small enough so that we still have to show this part right here. Then here, this one is illuminating a lot, but we're going to add in some curtain here. And the way I'm gonna do an image, so basically we're good with the way this one looks. We added the lights and everything. I'm going to go to media, and then we're gonna click on the image. So So here we could just click create our first image, which is, I'm gonna choose like this one. And then this will be the second image that I want. A little bit zoom here and give it some height. So second image. The first image, I'm gonna give it some height as well. And then here, this will be our third image. We can do an image here, but zoom in with the camera focal length. Something like that. And then refresh. And then, so that's how you create image. And then after that, let's create a video. So for the video, I usually like going inside from afar. I'm gonna create maybe 7 seconds for that part, and then make it like this one. Create a keyframe or add a video part going across. Let's do 5 seconds for that. And then here we're going to create another, like moving around here. Add another keyframe. And then add another video going from top to bottom. So pressing E to go down, something like that. This is for 5 seconds again. This can be 8 seconds because 10 seconds is too much. So we have 25 already. I'm going to zoom in here. Something like that. I'm gonna refresh this and then zoom it here. I can do 4 seconds here, and then here. Seconds, and then something like this. Maybe 3 seconds for that. Out like this. Around 4 seconds, and then here lastly going down. refresh this. Just going down like this. For 4 seconds, and then going out now. Seconds, and then lastly going out like this. 6 seconds as well. And then once you're good, you just need to export it, select all, and then select all, and then in terms of your image, you want to make sure that you turn on the rendering, which is, you need to change it to lumen. Also path tracer. I'm using a different computer, that's why path tracer is not active, but you want to make sure that path tracer is active so that it looks good, and everything else. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.